to Scratches. Fuck you, Jerry.
Welcome to Itchy Scratchy Bobolachi.
Yep.
Just let your dreams and things inspire and far in fact direct you. 'Cause
Yep.
if you can't depend on families and friends, well then who? And after all
Time
is
for Jay's intro music to fucking end.
it's always here. It's so sweet.
Wish I could play guitar. All I can do is sing.
Or
Is
some...
our audio not coming up well on the stream?
What do you mean?
No. Oh, is this TF2?
No.
No. I'm playing TF2. I was saying, like, oh, is this the game's audio or this? But no, I'm hearing like a somber song right now. So.
Yeah, welcome to Scratches. Really cool, very atmospheric and very spooky point click. That is unfortunately considered abandonware.
Hey, could you turn up all of our voices or turn down the game because I can't hear any of us very well on the stream?
The game's taking precedent. Game's just taking precedent. If you just lower the game a little bit, we should all be even.
Yeah, I've done that. It should be better.
Nice.
Should be.
Testing. I am amazing.
You started peeking.
That's perfect. I moved my face right onto the microphone, don't lower it down.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say this is fair. It's balanced.
And I've not done the dum-dum thing of drinking spirit straight this time.
Nah.
I arrived at Blackwood Manor one cold Saturday morning amidst a thick veil of fog. The weather didn't look good, and there was an unnatural calm surrounding the area, yet I soon became entangled with the place.
I'm trying to remember, when did this game come out again?
It looks 2004.
It's around that time. The funny thing is, the studio that made this, they made their own game engine for this game called the Scream engine.
I'm glad it's streaming so well.
Oh yeah, it's...
Like, it genuinely looks like the opening to Stay Alive.
Really? Oh, sorry, I looked into it. It released in 2006.
Oh. I was looking up the Steam version. Is that the actual release or is that the Steam version?
Hold on. The cloudy sky above me seemed rather unsettling, and almost made me lose my balance. I felt the curious urge to run for shelter, and my new home in the distance seemed very inviting.
Yeah, when I was watching the video on this, I was like, I was impressed at how it looked, but at the same time, it really just felt uncanny because it was like just playing a shooter with really high like FOV. That being said, amazing.
A hefty laugh was
Impressive
preventing my
visuals.
entry to the garage. Right.
Ooh, a damn sick walk.
My mind cleaned that let me. Yeah, okay, examine. To the Blackwood Manor. Towards
Looks a
the
bit
house
more
was
grey.
locked, unfortunately.
Ah,
This is like point and click 2.0.
Finally, I concluded I could use the key on the door with the left click. Now this is gonna fuck me up, because door openings are cutscenes.
They are?
Yeah. A majestic grandfather clock was gently ticking nearby. It was almost sleep-inducing, but I was glad it was working. Oh, hello.
You open the phone and it's just like,
Wrong way.
I was about to say you were just running away from that phone.
No, I'm trying to find the phone. Ah, here it is. Damn. Thought about calling Jerry, but I couldn't remember his number in London. I should have his number.
Can you order some
It has been
Domino's?
amazing, far beyond my wildest dreams. Jerry's efforts have truly exceeded my expectations. I better get acquainted right away.
You can
Okay,
read
no-
that?
Yeah, good. Okay. We should
Yeah,
probably...
it was a bit crunchy on our end because we're going through Twitch compression and like the game not being full screen, you know.
It is technically full screen. It's just, it's this. I remember that Jerry.
Yeah.
I remember that Jerry said a nice room had been prepared for me. This one.
Oh,
Jerry.
you cunt.
I quickly realized that this had to be my room. It became evident why as I glimpsed through the gorgeous view through the huge window.
You can see through those windows. They look fogged up.
I intended to brighten up the whole place, but to my surprise, the lights wouldn't work.
Pretty fucking bright for no lights. Dirty ass windows.
Blank ass windows, yeah.
Bed looks nice though. Bit low.
Here we go. Hold on.
Yes. The essentials.
Jerry P. Carter, real estate agent. Well, let me fucking get a pen because I'm gonna have to write down this number.
There are two numbers now. One at the top left and one at the bottom right.
The top left one is the one I need. And I cannot seem to find my pen.
I can screenshot and send it to you over Discord.
No, it'd be easier to have my pen because then I'm not looking around screens. Unless Michael happens to make a note of it in his journal. Perfect. The room that Jerry ordered to be prepared for me has to have the best spot in the whole house. With a huge window overlooking the garden, the view is breathtaking and inspiring, and is bound to permit me to concentrate on my work. Seems the house is out of power. You can't have everything, I guess. Hopefully it's just a minor glitch. But I should tell Jerry.
Do we come face to face with Jerry at any point?
You just keep saying Jerry. I'm imagining Jerry Bean Man, the Yu-Gi-Oh card.
The what?
The Yu-Gi-Oh card, Jerry Bean Man.
Are you talking about?
Google it.
Oh, can you not Alt-Tab or else the game will crash?
I'm actually worried that the game will crash if I Alt-Tab.
Yeah, it's one of those games.
Actually, speaking of, I should probably... Hold on. Make a quick save, just in case.
Is this a game that boots you back to your last save if you die?
You can't die.
There's no deaths, yeah.
This
It's
is-
just pure point and click.
It's just the atmosphere is so fucking... oh. Ah, okay, that's another number I definitely need to make note of. Barbara.
Fucking Barb.
Michael Arthhate. Vanishing Town.
Silent Hill.
The number one bestseller, the most breathtaking page turner of the year. A passing traveller comes across the small town of Fetch Rock, set in Cornwall, England, only to find us completely deserted, devoid of any signs of life. Houses, shops, town hall, church, no human being to be seen. The traveller informs the authorities of a nearby town of this fantastic event. Next day, an officer, accompanied by 2 policemen, visits Fetch Rock, except everything is back to normal. 10 years later, John Parker, a journalist, reluctantly accepts the assignment to face these strange events as they've now grown into a persistent local legend. Could it have been a practical joke by that anonymous traveller, or did something truly strange take place in the vanishing town? Things become more mysterious when Parker learns no inhabitant of Fetch Rock remembers what happened on that day. Yeah, basically, if H.P. Lovecraft was alive and suddenly decided to write his take on the Wicker Man, the result would be this book. Yeah, uh, basically, Michael here is a author, and if you've seen The Shining, you know what this is about. To Michael update. Michael, it took me months, but at last I think I managed. Well, I mean, think, so to speak, as there are only very few details left. But I can confirm with certainty that the house is yours. I owe an apology because I didn't think it'd take me that much time. I tell you, I'd never thought the finding a Victorian house and no more and no less than in Roxbury would have been so hard. The majority of the old houses in this region are either impossible to live in or they belong to the aristocracy. As as if that wasn't enough, and you and your bloody whims, was it really necessary being so cut off from town? Why all this sudden need for solitude? Well, as long as you don't become one of those typical hermit writers. Anyway, this beauty will take your breath away. It belonged to a wealthy family that always took great care of it. Around the mid-60s, it became the property of one person, I believe a friend of this family. He lived there for about 5 years or so, then abandoned it. Yes, you read right, abandoned it. As far as I know, this lunatic, a renowned doctor, spent his last days getting drunk in lousy bars before vanishing from the face of the earth. Why someone would do that is beyond me. The house then became the property of the National Trust, and surprisingly enough, no one ever did anything about it. That is until I rescued it from oblivion, of course. It took me a lot of work, so I hope you like it. The price is just as we discussed earlier. I know it's hard to believe, but the price of the interior was never agreed upon. So whatever you find inside, be it furniture or a long-lost remembrance, it's yours. Just remember our deal. If you find anything of great value, you have to share it. Now, I won't bother you if your sofa collection happens to be valued in the thousands, but if you bump into hidden cache of money, and you can never know, really, then I want a piece of it. Wait a second. If you happen to sell anything important item you find inside the house, such as your sofa collection, I have to get part of it too. Business is business, my friend. By the way, I sent 2 people over yesterday to clean it from top to bottom. 6 years of that, inhabitants must have left a nice coat of dust, don't you think? They couldn't do wonders, though, and you are going to need weeks to fully clean that place. Oh, they told me the house seems to have a rat problem, but you can't have it all. Should you know anything, don't hesitate to give me a call. Your friend, Jerry. Yeah, so... Okay, no, seriously, where the fuck is my pen? Ah, found a pen. Time to give Jerry a call.
Him in the teeth.
Okay, so...
Rat problems, no electricity.
027.
He's a bean.
73764. Jerry.
Did you look up Jerry Bean Man, John?
I did. I have no idea why your mind just jumped to this.
I don't know many people called Jerry.
But the bean.
72547. I got one.
I think the only game that like I just grabbed a pen and paper for and really enjoyed like using it to solve puzzles was Off. Off was fantastic.
Never heard of it.
It's fantastic. It's an RPG Maker game that's stylized to look like a fucking an old like a late 18th century French textbook about the Industrial Revolution and shit. There's Final Fantasy combat, but like it's all about like just the nature of man and community and shit. It's cool. I think if you looked up any gameplay or just like any of the characters, you'll like see, oh yeah, I know what this is. I saw fan art, but I didn't check it out.
Sorry for that. Mom was here. Right, so...
My Amazon order came.
Yeah, like the black paint, I think?
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad. Just 2 things left.
What was that blue thing in your inventory? Was that like an umbrella or a sword?
Pen.
I was way off. Wow.
I was eager to start doing some work, but the idea of exploring the place was too tempting. Of course it was, Michael. Too early to go to bed. Right, so how about we actually go and call Jerry?
There's no electricity. How would the phone ring if there's no electricity?
Oh, speaking of.
Hello?
Michael, it's me.
Hey, Jerry. It's good to hear your voice.
I see that piece of junk you got there is working.
My thoughts exactly. I was afraid it'd fall apart as soon as I laid my fingers on it.
So how did you find everything? Do you like the place?
It's hard to tell yet. I'm very impressed, that's for sure.
You sound odd. Is everything okay?
Yes, it's perfectly fine. It's just that I'm in awe. I mean, pleasantly
Maybe you could turn up the game a
surprised.
smidge.
This house is like a dream come true.
Just a
So you
smidge.
do like it? You got me worried there for 1 second.
I'm telling you, I'm going to turn this place into a factory of
There
horror
you go.
stories.
Good. You ought to finish that book. I'm rooting for you, mate. You sure everything is in order?
Perfect.
Everything seems to be fine, except the lights don't work.
Oh, you don't have to worry. I forgot to tell you. I had an electrician, one that I trust, to meet you there this morning. You know how a lack of power can be a recurring issue in old places like that. He should be arriving soon.
That's good to know. I'll set up my stuff and let you know how everything does later.
Perfect. Have fun. And don't forget to stop by the gates to meet that guy.
Sure.
Hey, that is not how two people converse. That's how two robots converse. Tell me that conversation didn't seem a little robotic.
Not really. Yeah, let's Mr. Arthace, Mr. Coughlin sent me today to fix a power problem in your residence. I was told to meet you at the gates, but I've been waiting a few minutes and still haven't seen any signs of you. Ryan!
I'm really happy.
What
Cut
is
his
this?
granddad's teeth.
Freaking me out.
That's Ryan's intro music.
Oh god.
Yeah, if you're a subscriber and you're in this server, I can set up custom like entrance music for when you join the chat. That's Ryan's. It's the corn
Well, I
thing.
have to-
The audio
I'm
is
sorry.
sorry. I'll just quickly say it. The audio is from Salad Fingers.
Oh, of course it is. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. He was accepting of just the salad fingers tidbit rather than just like cramming an entire episode in there, because that does sound like something he'd do.
You're only allowed 30 seconds.
Good.
That's if you're subscribed.
Yeah.
I don't know if you are. Sorry. And still have. I've been waiting a few minutes and still haven't seen any signs of you. I will wait some more and then leave. Please contact Mr. Carter as soon as possible. The Curse of Jerry is going well.
I apologize. I just have the entire stream muted because I don't want to just hear everyone just speaking several times in a row. So there's gonna be some things I miss.
I'm okay with it.
Now, granted, I do have I have like the Chrome tab muted, not the video, because the video being muted means I'm not granting you a viewer. So there we go. You're still getting your buffs,
Sorry.
boosts.
No, well, I don't expect you to interact with, that does not look like a place I want to go just yet. Like, you don't have to, like, type in chat, but just having chat open so you can see when people are messaging is,
Oh yeah,
appreciated.
because I can see like Ryan. I saw Ryan like mention the Curse of Jerry, and I got really confused. So yeah.
Help me! Don't let the monster eat me!
Yeah, funny enough, Civi's video is not why I'm actually is not why I actually chose to do this. Bunch of uninteresting books. Alright. That's not the pity. I could use the drink. You don't want... I don't think...
Didn't look like a wine glass to me.
J-coded protagonists.
Oh god, that's a lot of text.
Oh.
Can you skim it and see if it's important?
Construction versus almost completed. Okay, so person is in South Africa. I was so attached to it, its culture, its arts over the past few months. I can't help feeling as if I was already a part of me. I'm sure someday, but hopefully, although I'm afraid that there's a great deal of work to be taken care of back in old Britain. Fortunately, I have friends who are stand with my appreciation of my country. Yeah, offer me someone to follow after this took a graduate. I've already creationally not ready to ship. I'll wait trinkets I bought myself. So I've had to start a very substantial collection. It's a good thing Catherine agreed to move into our new house, although I feel some more versions have been made. Even more effort to start serious now. It seems I have to get back to work. John Patterson has just told me some news are causing trouble for Project King, although I'm seeing the rejoicing. I just don't believe it's not like they're causing trouble, so much there are some more workers that all the place so far has been a distraction. They just stand still between the trees, staring at a blinking eye. I've watched them for a few minutes and they truly seem like some tenebrous statues. First it was just annoying, but lately it's become downright creepy. They seem to be stalking us. It's not like they're hindering the construction, but there is a general uneasy feeling as if they're about to jump at us at any moment. I think all heights and protections will crash our measure. Last thing, I've been looking into these neighbors. They live in a nearby village and are a very small group, yet they seem to manage quite well. I thought of them as quite one of those civilized tribe, but their movements are calculated, and one could perceive a sense of careful organization at task. Oddly enough, they seem to be very brutish in their aspect looks awful. Though I couldn't take a look at the fishes as I would when I was then completely on my own, I could have been dangerous for getting closer. Also, the village is quite very rough, but some of the shacks slept out as inviting or special. Very curious, I'm trying to compose tomorrow. Second visitors the days have been full of a simple problem with the bridge. I'm afraid it was due to a slight miscalculation on my part in vacation, though I should have been focusing more on task at hand and put my son love for all African things aside for a moment. It was my fault and I accepted. Yeah, you can tell that the person who's writing this journal was very British. There it again, lurking beyond the forest. It's amazing how they have changed our perception of the surroundings. At first we were delighted by the quiet nature of the place. Now we fear what horrors might be concealed in that dark and foreboding cloak of trees. The top moon above us overshadowing the bridge, and strange noises haunt our meals. Even the river telling ungodly secrets. We could be, of course, a bit more sensitive towards distractions, but I can't help feeling that the area has in fact become more sinister. Yeah, I'm still looking forward to satisfying curiosity of the tribe. Last I found something more about the neighboring tribe. This incredible finding, and I can't just withhold my excitement. Some elders in the town happen to know about them, but only true stories they heard. And the surprising thing is that the tribe was assumed to be extinct long ago, but according to my vague descriptions, the elders think that we could have been dealing with a legend here. Everything they've learned of them was during their childhood. Even the tribe was stalking the town, which is the same way they've been stalking us. People used to call them, I can't pronounce that. Such as the sound of screams heard echoing of light. They'd come out into the streets and see an evil glitter atop a hill in the distance. Some would say it was a fire, others the cursed spirit of an ancient god. Others say the bright light. This is just like backstory into like an African tribe that Mr. Blackwood was obsessed with. I'll confess I'm nearly obsessed with a strange tribe. I couldn't see any weapons, but they could have. So sorry, it's very strange. Yeah, so this is just talking about the while the images of the sacrifice still haunt my thoughts, I still can't seem to forget that mask. It was so deceptive, simple, and yet perfect in its design. I haven't seen anything like it. I would love to take a better look. I feel the Dalmar there could be the most important ethical finding in decades. What I've seen today is crying for some further investigations. I just can't leave them like that. I would never forgive myself. And the mask. I was ecstatic after reading the journal. The material was incredible. Yeah, it's cool reading a journal about fucking 2 years in West Africa. Sources about cool. Ah. By the way, this game gets very puzzle gamey, so pick up anything you can find. Most of the clocks in this house aren't working. Double granting the title constructing engineer to James T. Blackwood. Several trophies for remarkable accomplishments adorned the room. Okay.
There was one grandfather clock at work that could give us the real time, though, wasn't there?
Yeah. Please tell me I'm not the only one that feels unsettled walking around this house. Like, it just doesn't feel right.
No, it feels fine. It seems a little boring, to be honest. I want the horror elements to kick in pretty soon.
Build up, my dear. Joe stuck beyond hope. Pots.
I almost said something. Not very much. I mean, who can't open a bloody drawer?
Oh, it's probably like really old, so it's probably jammed tight. The door to the oven is firmly stuck in place. Okay, so I can't get into the oven.
They can't get into a drawer. They can't get into a fucking.
Yeah, it's like they're old. They probably haven't been touched in years.
A knife.
A knife! No!
Alice, I hope you enjoy this game because I'm not. Cheers.
Fair. I mean, this is more of a slow burn slash horror game. Well, it's very atmospheric, so.
Yeah, and I don't have the audio on, so. Well, we'll see where this goes.
Fair. Practical photographer. Oh. No picture of the kitchen I just left, and as for that face, it definitely rang a bell. Some nice scenic photos. Camera. Just some useless junk. Right, hold on. So as we saw in the picture, there was originally a key on the wall there, but as we can now see, the key is no longer here, and it was in a vase. So we go back to here. Oh, here we go. Do I have to? It's that vase, right? Hold on. It's not letting me grab the key. Wait a second. What picture of... Actually, hold on, let's check what's over here first. Ah.
Is that the toilet?
This is the bathroom, which, Oh, hello.
Who takes a picture of a toilet?
No, that's, the fountain at the front, actually. That's the old crypt. Ah, that must be the Blackwood family. And that is the house. So this is, basically the equivalent of a dark room.
Would you not want to give that back to the little bits first?
Hmm?
Bathtub was manky. Key holder, except there weren't any keys hanging from it. Just want to the key holder. Okay, hold on. Safe out the front gate, but the electrician number showed up. I'm getting worried. Bloody hell, it seems the electrician came by, but I somehow missed him. It must have been a while. It must have been while I was unpacking my stuff upstairs. I wonder why he didn't just come in. I found the gate unlocked when I came here and left it that way. He probably didn't notice that. Speechless, I just read an incredible story about a mysterious African tribe. The personal memoirs of this James Blackwood person. Even if it isn't true, it's simply terrific material. Judging by the stuff seeing around, this Blackwood was really into African culture. Well, he's British. What do you expect? Maybe it's just a count to check it out. Right, so what I'm gonna do is let's go up. Let's actually call Jerry. You're calling him again?
You will call Jerry multiple times throughout this game.
Okay, just saying, it's been like 15 minutes to you in game.
Let's just speak with Jerry. Ah, thankfully. Once you find the numbers, it auto-dials them. Nice.
Carter Properties.
Jerry, we have a problem.
What happened?
The electrician missed me. He left a note in the mailbox.
Bloody hell. He was supposed to meet you at the gates early this morning. I thought he was just being late.
Damn, the but I must have missed him for a few minutes. What the heck am I supposed to do now?
Why don't you go check the fuses yourself? Maybe it isn't that serious.
I don't know. I'm not very good with that kind of thing.
Michael, even my grandmother
That's
could
not how
improvise a
people
fuse.
talk.
Just go and look, and let me know if you see anything burn.
Oh, this is like in the 60s, so
Yes.
God knows how they talked back then.
All right, I'm on it.
Okay. Actually, while I'm here, let's call my assistant, Barbara.
Hello, R8 Productions.
R8 Productions? What in heaven's name was that?
Oh, hi, boss. I was just fooling around.
Well, don't. I don't want people thinking I'm some kind of studio. And don't call me boss.
I'm sorry, it's just that no one was calling and all of a sudden I got excited.
I told you it was going to be that way, girl. But I still need you there. I just hope you're not being bored to death.
Oh, don't worry. I'm studying tongues during my spare time. I love that so much.
That's great, but don't lower your guard. As soon as I publish my new book, that place is going to get riddled with phone calls and hundreds of fan mail.
That's the spirit, boss.
By the way,
I know your new book is going to be a huge success.
when she says she was
once
studying
again.
tongues, she means other
As soon as
languages.
I find a proper ending.
No, I
And
understood
stop
that.
calling me boss.
As you wish, boss. Oh, sorry.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Good luck.
Did you think I thought she was a doctor or something? Or
No, it's just
French
because,
kissing someone?
again, this is like old 1800s English, so... I fancy her clock, which sadly isn't functioning. Seems
What
like
year
the-
did you say this was?
It's all gibberish to me. About around the 1960s, I believe. Like rotary telephones and stuff. This is a generous amount of wood in it. I was relieved to know that I could warm the place up in case I got cold. I'm certainly not good at chopping trees. Yeah, I'm not surprised you're not good at chopping trees, Michael. You pretty much... Oh, another... Oh, fuck's sake, another one. Okay. During a fit of rage, I burnt my freeze diary. Not that I regret it, as if my disjointed notes were anything was worth anything. The only purpose was to keep me sane. I feel like this is my escape route, my only means of finding some inner peace. Whenever I put my pen to this paper, I feel I can reflect upon my situation. I just wish I had more options. That's all. While I'm rambling, I must think clearly. Focus. I've become an eternal guardian, stuck between few choices. None of them are good. Do I fulfill promise and violate everything that I believe in, the very principles of life, or am I condemned to spend the rest of my existence in this dead-end state? Deadiment? A ghost with no other purpose than just being here watching. I surely have no escape. I can't find a purpose solution to this problem, and I must pay the price. I'm a shadow of the man I used to be. Only this most remains my testament to these moments of medication, my sole companion. Today I spent the entire afternoon staring at the window, my mind a blank. Oddly enough, I really didn't care. Seems now as though it was something natural for me. A part of my personality, but I know the reason very well. I lost my soul, I'm an empty shell, devoid of any feelings. Jesus, this is... I often wonder what would have happened if we had simply reversed it all. What would happen if right now I'd come out and told the world what really happened? No, I'd have brought him in jail, although that might be better destiny compared to this eternal suffering. Yes, one morning coming from the next room, the whispers, are they real? Have I been alone for too long? They won't stop, I can't say anymore. Ever since I locked it away, that's... Perhaps James is right. After all, it's madness, I know, but at this point I'm inclined to believe anything. Over the years I was convinced that everything James suffered was a misfortune, a woman of destiny for the first time even. I realize the noises are coming from down there. I don't want to think about it anymore. They're unbearable. They get worse at night. Ah, the fucking music cue kicking in. Jesus. They're unbearable. They get worse at night. Oh, how I wish it would stop. What is going on down there? I don't go nearer. I don't want to know. God, how many years have passed? I've lost the sense of time. I have to get out of this place.
Hey, Gritty.
Well, Gritty.
How's it going? The diary disturbed me in a way I couldn't explain, yet I felt curious about what had been tormenting that poor fellow. Yeah, like Jesus. Ever read the diary of a man going insane?
No. No, I haven't.
Okay, no, seriously, can I please?
What time is on the clock before you leave?
Oh, yeah, hold on a second. So, clock is reading... Hold on. 1 p.m. it seems.
Okay, but it looks fairly dark outside, which is strange.
It's the countryside of England. That's not... But yeah, I'm not wrong... Sorry, sounds... I'm not wrong in thinking that this pot over here is the one that has the key in it, right?
Shut.
It just won't let me fucking pull the key out. Hold on. Let me check something. Maybe I need a prompt? Door to was assumed as the basement was locked.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's... Oh god, England. Most terrifying.
Want to know something pretty fucked up? Elizabeth is still queen during the setting of this game.
Yeah. What's this in here? A very nice bathroom. A mirror. Yeah, in this game, Queen Lizzie is still alive. What did I pick up? I picked up a rag. Mr. Blackwood? You're British. Just plant a flag and go. Don't take the entire fucking country with you. Look at all this.
Yeah, wow.
World Arts, 1962. Dear James, I'm going to make use of these resting moments to thank you once again for your kindness. The shields that you've donated to us are wonderful. If it weren't for you, our section dedicated to African objects wouldn't be anything else other than a mere collection of photographs. Also, I've been looking into these Dalmar you mentioned. I have to say, they seem to be rather fantastic. If it wasn't for your personal counter activities, I'd dismiss them as old wives' tales. I found a few books mentioning them, and I'd be very happy to lend them to you. They've been mailed at once. I hope you can satisfy your curiosity. Cordially yours, Simon Russell. Can I not pick the one up? Okay. Oh, hello, actually. Pots. Ah, tiger. The music just cuts in and out at times, and it's really unnerving. Something that looked like a lion's claw was firmly attached to a necklace. Yeah, okay. Let's get out of the weird African object room before I get cursed by something. That seemed to be comfortable but too fancy for me. Really, Michael? Oh, doesn't look like I can do much in this room. Oh. As soon as I left the room, I had a curious feeling of having missed something. Okay, I missed something.
I like that feature.
What did I miss? Is it in a drawer or something else? Ah, wait, no, I know what it is. Right here. Where is it? It's one of these. Sorry, I actually remember what it is now. There's a safe behind one of these paintings. I can't figure out which. Oh, hello. What am I supposed to do? Ah, here we go. I know the combination safe cracking certainly isn't my expertise. Yeah, there it is. I found the safe. That's what I was looking for. Oh, posture check on a stretch. Thank you for the posture check. Ah, yeah, back to my room. That's my room back. Let's go upstairs to the 3rd floor. What did I pick? Is that a crowbar or something? A plotting would have been beautiful under different conditions, but it occurs that it's sad and depressing. That trash in this room is unbelievable. I actually need to, which one is it? Oh, let's not burn the oil lamp just yet. Right, let's leave this room for now. Oh, door seemed to be stuck. Just a pile of bricks. Some uninteresting boxes. Ah, I got a newspaper. Nice. Hold on. Nope. Door was locked, but I could see a key on the other side through the keyhole. Hey, you know what this calls for, right? You've seen this before, Jay. After a bit of effort, I managed to knock down the key with the help of the boring tool. I moved the piece of paper and noticed that the key had gotten stuck behind the door. Whoever said that dumb technique worked. Because it's not a normal key like a current one. It's an old Victorian key that's like 2 inches thick. So of course it fuck doesn't work. I don't see any reason to step out onto the fucking roof. A couple of rusty lamps at door into the corner. Is this how there's the top of the tower?
Stop. Hello?
Who's that?
Hi.
Hello. Welcome to Scratches,
Hey,
aka let's explore an old Victorian house that was owned by a British person who was obsessed with African culture.
Ooh.
Because that's never gone wrong.
Yeah, because that's never worked out badly in the history of ever.
I don't like how the door openings are cutscenes.
Is this a point? Is this like a point and click adventure?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a... And we are never touching that again, because that was fucking creepy.
It wasn't that bad. It was...
an oil lamp.
I mean, creepy, dancey music box music isn't... I mean, it's an acquired taste, to say the least.
I need a more specific date to look for.
Okay. Have you ever, like, faced a mess that's so big, it's like, oh, shit, I don't even want to approach this right now.
Yeah, all the time. Hold on.
Like, can't I make something to eat? I actually haven't eaten in a while. Let me do that first before I approach this.
Yeah. Now, let's try, okay. Let's check our journal. Okay. Now Jerry's telling me the electricity will come up today. I've recovered a very tempting safe in the main bedroom behind a fake painting. The hinges were fairly visible. The family probably used to store valuable or at least interesting things there, so I should try to come up with a combination. Okay. I should also try and figure out how to get into the basement and check fuses. Which, yes, checking out the basement of an old Victorian house. That's never gone
That's
wrong
never
either.
worked out badly. Yeah. Why do I get the feeling that if somebody based a horror movie off of you, you wouldn't even make it past the first fucking scene? Like, the movie would just be like a 10-minute clip.
It'd be the
Is it
second
spooky
shit.
situation?
The second shit starts to get fucked, I'm out of there.
Sees a spooky situation,
Jerry, it's
walks
me.
away from a spooky situation. See, this is why I think you would survive Scream.
I found a safe box in a room upstairs.
I mean, no, I think I'd survive because I'd be like,
No
wait, I have to check the
combination.
basement to this old abandoned place? Nah, fuck that, I'm gone.
No, thank you. Bye. I was curious, but when you phrase it that way, suddenly my curiosity is left.
Great, thanks.
I don't need to be investigating no mysterious noises or checking outside or going into a spooky house where allegedly a witch killed a bunch of kids. Like, no, I'm good with that. I'm just gonna stay home and read a comic.
What if we offer you €1 million?
Nope, still not doing it.
No, still, my life is worth more than that. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta tell yourself. My life is worth more than $1 million.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fairly certain it's one of these.
Wow, that is like the nicest thing I've actually said about myself in a while. Huh. Progress, I guess. Self-love is best love, anybody who's listening. Remember that.
Well, hold on. Okay, what's going wrong here? What am I missing? Scratches, key in base.
I'm just saying, it wasn't the power of love that won Scott Pilgrim the day. It was the power of self-respect.
After you in the small corridor after you... Oh, okay, I have to open a curtain first. Hold on.
Sidebar, I think...
Here we go.
Do you guys think a modern Street Fighter movie would work in today's world? I mean, like, live action?
Maybe?
I'm just saying, like, with all the stereotypes that those games, like, milk the fuck out of, I don't know if it would be quote-unquote PC enough to make a splash. You know what I mean?
Oh, what's this sound?
Serious sound.
It's terribly cold and damp in the basement.
Yes.
Oh.
Bring a coat.
I don't know if you can hear it.
It's like a screechy noise.
Yeah, it's... There's a drain covered in the concrete. The valve stuck in one budge. The furnace was as dark as the mouth of the welfare in case someone switched in the drain.
Sharpening stone.
The atmosphere was dense and claustrophobic. Yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. That sound is just Oh, hey, it's fucking grinder.
I knew it.
Need a pot. Right. So let's just double check the thing. I think that should be good to just call it Jerry again and say no candles. Jerry's probably gonna get upset if I keep calling him.
Jerry, all the fuses seem to be fine. I think the problem might be a little more complicated than that.
I see.
What should we do now?
Go get some candles.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm not. I'm calling this guy right away, and I'm afraid he won't be able to stop by until tomorrow. He was already driving there today as a personal favor.
There must be something you can do. I don't feel comfortable walking around this place with dim lights. I barely know it.
Michael, come on. Where's your sense of adventure? It would be like you were living in a past century. Exquisite Victorian house, lit by candles. What I wouldn't give to be in your place.
I left my sense of adventuring back in London, thanks. I have work to do.
Then do it. What else could you ask for? Now you have the chance to experience firsthand one of your period pieces.
Oh, very funny. Try getting that guy over here as soon as possible.
Don't worry, I will. Make sure you find some candles before it gets too dark.
Yes, candles. Bye.
We used to have to hang it up with Jerry. I realized that I'd already explored enough to determine there wouldn't be any candles inside the house. I should be able... Maybe... I'll see if I can actually drive into town to pick up candles. Let's check the car. Oh, no. Okay, so we're not... The idea of heading off. Okay, hold on. I think we have to call Jerry again. Wants to speak with Jerry.
Yes?
Jerry, I'm freaking out. I couldn't find a single...
Okay, that's not really something to be worried about.
Kidding me? I can't believe it. Did you look well?
Yes!
Every single room, drawer, box, cabinet, nothing. No candles.
Alright, listen. The town isn't too far away. No more than 20 minutes drive. If you can't find some candles there, I'll eat my hat.
You'll need a whole closet. This is getting on my nerves.
Come on, it's just a quick ride. You know how to get there?
Yeah, I saw it on my way here. Did you call Mr. Busy Electrician who couldn't hold on for just 5 more minutes?
Yes, he'll be doing me another special favor, and we'll be going there tomorrow afternoon. It's the best he can do. You have to bear in mind it's Sunday. We'll charge extra, of course.
I don't care. I have
20
no
minutes.
power. I'll get him myself if he doesn't show up.
Calm down. Drive to the town before it gets too dark. You won't be able to find your way back if it does.
Yeah, I had to buy some food anyway.
There you go. Godspeed. And drive safe.
All right.
Okay, now we can leave and head to town. Joy, what I hate, Claire, but one thing I don't like about this game.
What's up?
All of the door opening scenes are in-game anime cutscenes, which means anything can happen.
Is that why you don't like Resident Evil?
I'm pretty sure there's one cutscene in Resident Evil where you open a door and a zombie walks through.
There are actually there are quite a few of those.
Yeah. I hate those where it's just like, oh hey, just going through a door. Hey, zombie! It's like, oh fuck.
You're fucked. I get it. It's like it's the dinner bell.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry I left suddenly.
Aw. Well, I didn't notice you left suddenly, but now that you mention it, I did miss you.
Thank you.
Let me guess.
I didn't realize we were
Jerry,
going. Now
you
that you
won't
noticed you
believe
were,
this.
I
It's
did miss you.
insane.
Ain't that
My
a thing?
car is dead.
What? Are you sure? Have you checked its pulse?
I'm not joking. It's gone.
My friend, this completely redefines the term suspension of
I'm speechless. I forgot the lights on and the car ran out of batteries, all because of that bloody fog. Jerry, you've got to help me. Get over here.
Michael, look at the time. I can't drive to Northumberland right now.
But Jerry, I can't spend the whole
Isn't
night
it still
without
1
one
p.m.?
single source of light.
No, it's probably much later in the day.
And I won't be able to find my way. Heck, I
So
don't know
Jay,
if it's
what do you
rid of
think about this game
ghosts
so
yet.
far? I know Alex is scared stiff, but what about you?
You lie down.
I'm not
on
scared
the
at
bed,
all. It
sleep,
seems pretty
wake up,
mundane so
you'll
far.
have tons
It's
of
just the
nightmares.
atmosphere is
It's
getting
not
to me.
helping, and you're the one who got me into this mess in the first place.
Hold on a minute. It's not my fault if the electrician missed you for a few minutes, there aren't any candles in a 3-story mansion, and your car's battery was low.
Alright, dishwasher's getting kind of
listen.
stinky.
When
You know
will
what
you be
time it is?
coming back to
It's
Rothbury?
time to
I'll
wash
be
the
arriving home early
dishes.
tomorrow morning, and I'll come for you shortly after. We'll drive to town, stock yourself up,
Good luck washing
and then spend the
dishes.
rest of the day in your garden, drinking some beers while we wait for Mr. Electrician. Sounds like a plan?
Yeah, I guess. And I don't think there's any plan B either.
I'm afraid not.
Oh.
Sorry. I really took all the precautions to make your stay there as comfortable as possible. But I guess sometimes things are just meant to go wrong.
Apparently. All right. I'll be on my way then.
Call me back if you need anything. And Michael,
Yes,
just don't let this situation get on your nerves.
I promise it won't. Goodbye.
Okay.
I like the voice acting.
Oh, it's very well voiced. Jay is like
Yeah.
a bit uncomfortable at it because of it's a lot of old time dialogue. Hold on, where's the...
I'm not uncomfortable, I'm just pointing out how robotic it sounds.
It's not. Honestly, it sounds pretty natural to me.
I just appreciate like them going above and beyond like that. Like most games would be content with just kind of like having the voice throwing, not even having a voice at all, just kind of like throwing in some text boxes. But
There obviously are
appreciate it.
there obviously are sections where it's just text boxes, but it's I like how when it's like phone calls, it's actual dialogue.
Yeah, like when it's important.
I managed to reveal what appeared to be a letter in Italian. Someone needs some help with the letter, but who could I have it mailed to? I'll put it right in the address on it until I have something to... That's in the mail. Okay. Okay, so I have the letter, actually. I need to call Barbara. Because if you remember...
We're coming to get you, Barbara.
They're coming to get you, Barbara. Well, if you remember, Barbara on the phone earlier said she was practicing her tongues, foreign languages. So we can check if she knows Italian. Because obviously the maid was Italian. The maid of this place is Italian.
We're coming for your soul, Barbara.
I called Barbara.
Hello?
Hey, it's me, Bobby dear. I need to ask you a favor.
Bring it on.
I found a letter here, and I'm curious about it. It's in Italian. Do you think you could translate it for me?
My, Mr. Athwaite, are we being naughty?
Mrs. Styles.
Yes, of course I can. Just send me the letter and I'll put hands to work as soon as I have it here.
Excellent. I wonder if the postman will come by. I feel like I'm the last person alive on the whole planet here.
Well, have you told the post office in Rothbury that you're moving to Blackwood Manor?
Yes, Jerry did. I just hope they don't forget about me, that's all. In any case, thank you. You're such a dear.
That's what I'm here for.
Actually, that's what I'm paying you for. Anyway, I'll go and try mailing that letter.
I'll be standing by for action.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Good luck.
Like, for the time, he's a lot more respectful. Hold on. Yep, back outside again. To the mailbox.
we head back inside. This house screams something went wrong. I have a feeling... Okay. Time on the clock is 6 p.m. Actually... I have a feeling I'm supposed to call Jerry again.
Hello?
Jerry, it's me.
What's up, Michael?
Do you know anything about the previous
Here we go.
inhabitants of this house?
Not much. Just there were some strange individuals. There's also the murder.
You're kidding me. A murder?
Why'd you send me to a murder house, Jerry?
We love the details, but sadly I don't know very much. It's old history, really. Although it caused quite a stir there in Rothbury. It seems the owner, James Blackwood, I think, went mad and killed his wife. I do remember the date, though. May 1963.
James Blackwood, according to the stuff I've been reading.
So you're already turning the place upside down? I should have thought so.
There's enough material for a whole series of stories here, you know.
After you finish your book, my friend.
Yeah, but it can never hurt poking around a little.
Would you just get back to work? Call me if you need anything.
All right, goodbye.
Okay, now we have a date. We can check that pile of newspapers that were in the attic. I won't lie, Jerry must be really fucking fed up with me just calling him all the time.
I would be.
Relatable.
But also, why'd you send me to a murder house, Jerry? Oh. Hold on. Yeah, that's one
Well,
that
clearly
says-
you pissed him off from all your phone calls, so he wanted you to get axed.
Hold on. It was this room, right? I looked for the date that Joe told me and found an interesting article. Mr. James Blackwood, distinguished resident of this town and a widely acknowledged construction engineer, was accused of murder yesterday by Miss Ava Mariani, maid of the Blackwood family. While the nature of the situation is the most unusual given that Mr. Blackwood is a highly respected gentleman, Miss Mariani, an Italian immigrant and aspiring photographer, affirms to having a photograph that supports his accusation. I knew no one would believe me, so I took a photo of him, she says. I was supposed to be in town in the afternoon, but I didn't have the need to. I didn't have any errands to do, so I was in my room and saw a shadow in the garden. When I glanced through the window, I just couldn't believe my eyes. The lady, oh god. The sole thought of it sends shivers down my spine. The photograph in question is in the possession of the authorities. It's a real thing. And it has been revealed that it clearly shows Mr. Blackwood bearing a shape in the garden. We can almost confirm that the shape is a body, says Police Chief William Bailey. But even if the image is not clear, this alone with Miss Mariani's testament is enough to open a serious case against Mr. Blackwood. Police officers are already heading up to Blackwood Manor as we speak. Up until this accusation, it was believed that Miss Catherine Blackwood is on a trip. According to the information received from the school where she teaches, the police chief continues. A notice was sent to the teacher's department which stated that Mrs. Blackwood had to leave on a sudden trip and that she would make use of her license to do so. So Miss Marianne's accusation puts Mr. Blackwood in a very compromising situation. If we can find anything in the garden, he has a lot of explaining to do. The efforts of Dr. Christopher Milton, one of Rothbury's most respected doctor, a long-time friend of the Blackwood family, to minimize the facts, has been successful, and the news is... Basically, yeah. The rumor, Blackwood murdered his wife and buried the body in the garden. Okay. I don't like the idea of spending a night in total darkness here, and Jerry's bright idea is to look for candles. Great. Well, there goes the crown glory of my trouble for a second. The car won't start. Cursed fog is the culprit. I've forgotten left the lights on, and of course I've been too busy to bother with the car. I should have asked Jerry to come for me. Jerry will be able to drive today on my own, no lights. I don't even know the house yet. I didn't know what I was getting into by coming here, but this isn't what I was expecting. I imagine a letter that seems to be Italian. I'm curious about it, so I should try to find a way to translate. Barbara has kindly agreed to translate the letter for me. She's such a dear and smart. If only she... She's such a dear and smart. If only she were prettier. God, Michael, you can't be so shallow. I'd better go and mail her that letter. Fucking yikes. Badger tells me that gruesome murder occurred inside this house. First exciting stories about barbaric tribes. That old-fashioned murder. I feel like I was struck a gold mine here. Well, that's for today. I wasn't expecting... It wasn't exactly the first day I was expecting, but I'll get over it. Despite everything, I'm looking forward to continue the exploration of my crummy new home tomorrow. I found an article regarding the murder Jerry told me about. The situation was vague and left many queries. I wonder if Blackwood was wrongfully accused. Okay, so I think we're going to bed now.
Yay! I like a good nap.
I lay down on the bed. Yeah, okay, so... And that is my... Oh, no. I hear a tapping on the doors.
Oh no, not this fucking story.
It's coming from here. The room with all the African artifacts. That door wasn't here before. Well, there's only one thing we can do. And something whispering my names. Cool. And now what? Okay, so that was a dream. Why can I hear scratching sounds? This is a pretty bright house for a house with no lights. Unfortunately, my guess is, considering it was coming from the fireplace, it was probably coming from the basement. I thought about investigating, but I realized the basement would be pitch black at this time. I couldn't go down there without some light. Well, can't explore the basement, so do you know what the best thing to do is?
Not explore the basement?
Yeah, go the fuck back to sleep, even though there's something there's a scratching sound coming from the basement. Noises were coming from the fireplace. I think I have to check the fireplace downstairs. Oh, actually, hold on. I'm wrong. I'm supposed to grab something. Where is it? There's actually supposed to be a stethoscope around here. Did I miss the stethoscope in my first playthrough?
I've got something stuck in my teeth.
Oof.
I'm sorry, that's me.
No. That's weird. I was gonna say, what?
I'm so confused. I was trying to floss my teeth with a bit of string, and some string got caught in my bottom teeth.
In your teeth. Googly goo.
Hold on. Where did I find the stethoscope? Scratches. Stethoscope. Stethoscope. Scratches. Video game.
That's it. I'm making an appointment with a dentist my next paycheck.
In the spirit of Halloween, I feel like I should tell you guys something spooky. So there's a giant hobo spider living in Moxie's house. It just kind of like comes and goes.
Fair.
We have affectionately referred to it as the boss.
Hey, I'd like to book that dentist appointment.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find where the stethoscope is. Hold on. Down here. Control F. Okay, what does it say? Look at the trash can
Bless
right
you.
of the
Wait, is that a
desk.
sneeze?
Read a page from the diary.
Yes, I sneezed.
Good insight.
Ah, wait, it's back in the desk.
Dirty.
Okay, I missed it in the Revider. What's that from? Remind me.
Inglorious Bastards.
Okay, I asked that last time. Thank you for reminding me. I keep forgetting that.
Oh.
Okay, so hold on. Yeah, here we go. Okay, I found the stethoscope, finally. Sorry about that. Definitely spreading through the fireplaces, probably via some conduct. I conclude they had to be coming from below. Where's the fireplace? Okay. I was awakened in the middle of the night by some strange sounds like an obsessive scratching coming from somewhere deep in the house. I don't like this at all and I should probably investigate. Sadly I won't be able to investigate the sounds anymore. Can't proceed inside the basement without some light. I guess I'll have to cope with them for the time being. Magistrates to the sounds to a fireplace. They're indeed coming from below the house. Perhaps machinery? No. Possible. Not without power. Vermin? Doesn't sound like it. Yeah, and now I think we go back to bed.
I think you should have just stayed in bed. Had a cup of tea, wait for all this to blow over.
Scratches have stopped. I thought it was the right road for me to go back to sleep. I went back to bed.
Oh yeah, take me advice.
I think the correct course of action is to not buy old abandoned Victorian houses. Oh no. On the second day, a fierce storm had assaulted land. I could hear the trees creaking, or rather, moaning, to the lashing of the rain, and I quickly abandoned my hopes of having the power fixed. Yep, you know it's not getting fixed, my friend.
Right, I should probably call Jerry.
Whoever says he opens it with Jerry, my boy.
Oh? No? Okay. Interesting.
Jerry's sick of your shit.
Yeah, I don't
I
blame
have a
him.
question for you two.
What's up?
If Moxie and I were to agree and purchase and spruce up of an old Victorian manor and make that our place of living, would you still come and visit us?
Yeah?
I'd visit, but I'd never stay the night.
I wouldn't give a fuck. I don't believe in spooky things or supernatural.
Like if we just basically became the Addams family, but two ladies.
Bagsy being it.
So now that I think about it, that does sound pretty awesome.
It does. Okay. I woke today to a fierce thunderstorm. The rain is heavy and I can hardly make out the garden. Don't recall ever seeing something like this. It looks like I'll be stranded inside the house for the whole day. Also, I had an interesting dream yesterday. Something was luring me to a hidden door in the gallery. I should look into this just in case it's meaningful. Okay, yeah, I should go to... Yeah, you go to the gallery full of objects taken from African villages. In a thunderstorm. Wind move. This was holding perhaps the most impressive items in the room. Finish wind move. Okay. A pair of huge carved tusks were occupying a corner of the room. Well, can't I...
Oh, I forgot the water.
Oh, fuck.
Hello?
Hello?
Michael, how are you doing over there? The sky's falling here.
You mean this storm has hit there too? Seems the entire universe is falling here. I'm afraid to go outside.
Well, the better then, as I won't be able to come for you. I'm deeply sorry, but it's seemingly impossible driving to Northumberland. Even less getting anywhere near the manor. I understand many of the roads are closed.
So much for my
I
hopes
love
of
me a
seeing
good
Mr.
door
Electrician
animation.
today, then. The benefits of being away from society, eh? I should have
This
listened
Leave
to
does a
you.
good job and fucks with your head.
I'll come right
Yeah.
for you. As soon as this thing is over. You just hang on in there.
It's not like I have any other choice, do I?
I'm afraid not, my friend. This storm has the power to disturb the dead.
Well, it seemed like this very same storm has awakened the evil spirits resting inside my new home.
What's that?
Not sure, but I happened to hear some odd sounds last night. Kind of scratching noises down in the basement.
I do remember the cleaning ladies saying something about rats.
Unless we're talking about mutant rats here, I don't think that's the problem.
Michael, my friend, you were tired from a long trip and stressed about the problems you found there. On top of that, you had moved to a very old house. Guess what's the most common complaint from people moving to old houses?
Ghosts on the loose?
Sort of. Now go focus on your book while you still have enough light. I'll be there as soon as possible. By the way, Michael, I have the combination for the safe right here.
Ah!
Oh, great. Tell me.
03211. Just remember to share it if you bump into any expensive jewelry.
Of course I will.
03211.
I thankfully don't have to memorize any of this stuff. This game's all about triggers. Like, once you hit a trigger, it allows you to progress. Well, that is really handy. Look at this room. There we go. Mr. James Blackwood, the Blackwood Manor, Rothbury, Northumberland. Dear Sir, we hereby propose to furnish all equipment, materials, and labours to complete the contract for the construction of a second floor for the Blackwood Manor of Rothbury, Northumberland. In accordance with plans and specifications prepared by Mr. James T. Blackwood, dated October 31st, 1960, for the sums as follows. Base bid, £34,136. Alternative, deduct £1,000. Alternative, deduct £1,000. Alternative number 3, add £350. Alternative 4, add £300. £1 per person. Yeah. We agree to commence the work as directed and complete all work thereafter within a reasonable length of time based on our ability to secure materials. Employment stands construction may last from 18 to 24 months. Permission is granted to make use of the special bank account E3190102 created for this particular occasion, located at National Blanco in Toronto. Contact number, just in case. I'm going to make notes of these just in case. I can't tell if that's, yeah, 6319102 01912 94144. Ooh, a key. I think I can get to the third floor room now. Yeah, here we go. Ah, yes, exploring the attic in a thunderstorm. Oh, was this room, right? No, this... Sorry, no, this room is stuck. It was the door down here, right? Yeah, here it was. It's this one. Deposit the key now. Yep, we found the spare key for this door. Oh, cool. It's full of... Some seem to have been used as store for some sinister paintings. Painting those pictures must have been deeply disturbed. Yay! Oh, what did I pick up? Another key. I picked up a lid of a can as I thought it might come in handy. Yep, that definitely come in handy. Oh, hello. Bedroom. That's weird, yeah. I don't remember seeing that room.
Sorry, I don't have a lot to say about this game. I am watching though.
Are you starting to become more interested in it?
Ooh.
Now the mystery is starting to...
Unfortunately, I'm becoming quiet as I get more interested.
Found the hammer.
Is your time?
I have not cut your cold. Stop smirking at me.
Rope.
Alice may have caught a cold, and I may, and she was worried that I would catch it.
Now, why would she be worried about that?
Because we kissed and stuff.
Ah, therein lies the problem.
Come on, if Moxie had super COVID, would you not still make out with her?
Probably.
There you go.
Yeah, okay, fine. I can't judge. I probably would.
Hold on.
And I'm talking about the type of COVID that permanently makes your
kerosene
left toenail fall off.
Ooh.
Poured some oil inside the lamp. I tilted the can slightly. There was very little of it, though. Nice. I have a can of kerosene, though.
Alright.
Who's that?
Hello, welcome
how you doing?
Welcome to... This house is fucking really creepy, and I don't like it.
in Jerry's house. Creep towns in Jerry's house.
I managed to open the door from the other side.
Yeah.
I really want a dentist right now.
Why is there something? Is that thing still stuck in your teeth?
Yeah, I tried to floss with string and it really fucked me up because now I can taste a bit of what's that build-up on teeth called?
Plaque.
Yeah.
It's either plaque or some sort of mineral build-up on the back of my teeth.
Yeah, it's plaque.
Plaque then.
So.
Yeah. What happened with you, Jay? Did you floss your teeth and like it really hurt or some shit, or?
No, I flossed my teeth and I think I knocked a bit of plaque loose, and now it's all I can think about.
Oof. That just mean I think it just means like you just need to floss your teeth a good bit more.
I tried flossing for the past fucking half hour.
Then probably stop.
Yeah, I'm gonna visit a dentist my next paycheck, no matter what.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Hey Claire, haven't heard from you in a while. How are things?
It's been busy.
Just making sure of one thing.
That's fair.
It's good to hear from you again too, man.
Same. I haven't heard from you in young, so I'm like, oh, what's the story? Ah, Jesus.
Sorry, just to add on to that, for scale and polish and a tooth whitening, it's €100, right?
I think so. I trying to remember. But yeah.
Hey Ali, does your health insurance also cover dental?
Give me a second. I'm actually just gonna make a quick save, just in case.
Does it?
I don't know. I didn't check.
I was about to say we had to go down to that marriage license right now.
What orders do they bring from Mordor, Orion?
What?
Okay.
Not much. Just busy doing music and stuff. That's
good.
Yeah, like I was playing a show not that long ago. Was fun.
You played at a show?
Yeah, I did a gig. It was pretty good. Yeah, sound guy wasn't the May West, but got good reception, so that was good. I'm just kind of.
Hey, people got that means they got a good reception.
Sorry, can we just?
Yeah, surprise.
Can we just talk about the fact that I'm about to climb down the side of this Victorian mansion in a thunderstorm, using an old piece of rope.
Yep. Just classic British culture, isn't it?
Yeah, they do it all the time.
It's just classic British comedy, don't worry. Basil Fawlty will just pop his head out and say, boom, boom.
Yeah. Yeah, fucking. Oh, yeah.
With the last of my strength, I managed to get inside the mystery room, and mysterious it was indeed.
But yeah, no fucking. Yeah, this game scratches.
Yeah.
I forgot like how well detailed this game. It's very well detailed.
Birth certificate. Registration number 1961 00420. Registration date 9th of August 1961. Child's first name, don't know, Blackwood. Date of birth
Jerry.
7th of August. Jerry's the real estate agent. Mother's name Catherine Blackwood. Father's name James Blackwood. Informants Christopher.
Father's name James.
I wonder if this member of the family was still around town and would perhaps be able to shed some light upon. There's their house. I defend somebody to get in touch with them.
Bless you.
Thank you. I don't have a cold. Stop smiling at me.
You have a cold.
It's a lie.
I don't. See, for me, I don't have a cold, so I'm doing great. Like, I don't even feel bad or anything. So like, huh?
Oh, right.
Yes, I'm
Did you
content
know
with my
that
life
they?
as well.
Yes, Jim.
There's this new thing Tesco started selling called Club Tonic Water.
Huh.
It's
Interesting.
absolutely fantastic.
Hmm. Sounds wonderful.
Mm-hmm. Also, I'm still waiting on those 2 things to arrive from Amazon.
There was a
Yeah.
summer stream managers to gather its systems, so this is really for some reason. Mr. Blackwood?
Yeah, no, I thought I might pop in. See how people are.
You're always appreciated here, Ryan.
Cheers.
Like I thought,
And
neither
you.
Jerry nor the electrician will be able to come today. This new turn of my life is getting more and more complicated by the minute. I will survive, but deep inside I'm becoming truly concerned. I've opened the safe. I certainly wasn't expecting a treasure, but its contents were far from spectacular. There's a contract for the construction of the house and a key. Looks like there's a hidden room on the second level of the house, unless the blueprints are wrong. I can't imagine any reason for it, but it's really there. The room does exist, but I won't be able to get inside through the door. It's been completely bricked off. I have to find another way. I may be insane, but at least I managed to get inside the room. I don't think I understand yet that I have just risked my life. One wrong step and I would have been fatal. As it turns out, the hidden room belonged to the son of the Blackwood family. I still can't tell why it was bricked off, but I should try and see if he's still around. He may be the only one who can tell me what happened inside his house.
Bricked off. I wonder what they bricked off from, or what's been bricked in.
Well,
anyways, are we going
Ryan.
bricker?
Here you go, Flo, go bricker. I can't do it. You have
All
to.
Black and Tans memorabilia, I bet.
No, it's just that. Here you go, go bricker, got me the hill. Yeah, that's the bricker thing. But yeah. Yeah. Although, like, yeah, I have to say, this game definitely, like, holds up. Like the graphics and all look really nice.
For 2006.
Yeah, honestly. But yeah.
Oh, I'm so fucking fat.
Why?
I had a fat day.
You had a lazy day?
No, I had a fat day.
What was a fat day?
I ate an almost entire tub of ice cream, packet of King Crisps, Sunday dinner.
Fair enough.
2 cups of tea. 2 cups of tea.
As you do.
Okay.
And now it's just making drinks.
Nice.
So I don't have to be in work tomorrow.
Nice.
Right. Another newspaper from around the time of the date of birth of the child. Sad news hits our beloved town today, following an announcement that was received with rejoicing amongst many. The one of the most illustrious member of our community, Mr. James Blackwood, is having a child soon. We now have to relay a macabre turn of events. The son that was being lovingly waited by the Black family died shortly after the delivery due to a strange ailment. Understandably, the information disclosed about this happening was succinct. It appears Mr. Catherine Blackwood was already suffering from pains in her stomach, probably indication that there was something not healthy about her pregnancy. Dr. Christopher Milton, who attended the birth, assured us that he made every possible effort to ensure safe delivery, but with bowed head he said that the boy was already doomed ever since its conception. Cause of death has not been stated, but those few close to the Black family have said there were serious complications during delivery. Helping to relieve that someone who's Mrs. Blackwood was thankfully found to be out of danger. Her husband did not wish to comment about the event. My hitches boy quickly gave way to an empty, void feeling. Something wasn't right here. I began wondering if James Blackwood was someone involved in the death of his son. Why'd you send me to a double murder house, Jerry?
Jerry the bastard.
Jerry the Bean Man.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, quick question. Why did is it Jerry that actually sent you to this house?
So
He's a real estate agent.
Jerry's the real estate agent who procured this house for you because you wanted to try moving into an old Victorian style house.
Yes.
Hold on, let me try something. Clearly had some exploring to do in this room. Hold on. Let's take the oil out. There's enough light at the moment. Okay, what am I doing then? That's stuff. Suppose was holding perhaps the most important items. Let's firm his stuff in place.
Yeah, god damn it.
It's not for me at the moment.
You okay, Jay?
I'm good.
That's good. Also, Ali, are you reading these things out in a Victorian accent?
I'm just trying to read them out in a way that isn't like just me reading them like it's a Polaroid for the most part.
Oh, right.
Let's take the oil can with me though, didn't I? There we go. I nearly forgot something. Back to the fucking African ornament room. Yay. Okay, hold on. Ah, wait, hold on a second. Here we go. Ah. The door was heavily barred and its appearance reminded me of something I'd read. Okay, what's in here? I don't like the look of this mask. An odd-looking African mask was positioned in the middle of the storeroom. Its presence made me feel terrible and uneasy.
Yeah, it's just... Especially in a Victorian house, like, it's worse because, well, we all know what England is. But yeah. But yeah. Like, even for a point and click, like, the camera movement, how smooth it is really good, even for 2006.
Hold on a second. I have some reading to do. My recent researches on the Dalmar have shed some light upon the terrible activities. I understand now that the lack of existing information about them was not only a cause of their small size and rarity, but also a reluctance or rather superstitious attitude towards their nature. Even some of the most important historians of South Africa refuse to mention their name, usually referring to them as the War Tribe. After reading some of the most obscure books I could find about the subject, I must admit now that reading them made me very nervous and uneasy, bringing back the memory of those horrible acts I witnessed on that day. I can't understand why any human being, uncivilized or not, behave in such a manner. War among savage tribes is of course very common and a recurring theme in history, but the Dalmar, they went even beyond war. Usually a tribe engages in a battle to conquer new territory or perhaps defeat an enemy. They did it for the sole reason of destruction and extreme love for violence. The account of their actions is downright scary. They'd invade villages, slaughtering every inhabitant without regard for their sex or age. Men, women, children would never be perished by their fury and hate, which is, I think, the most unsettling element of their stories. They didn't use any weapons. They killed villagers with their bare hands and teeth as if they were drawing power from an unearthly source. I find it hard to believe this, and if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd say there was some kind of wild legend. Once they'd slaughtered every living thing in the village, they'd burn to the ground every single construction or possession of the fallen villagers, proof that they definitely were not interested in conquering or even taking some advantage of the terrain. Their motives were moved solely and purely by an incredible despisal of life and hatred towards anything that wasn't from their village. That is another curious thing. They somehow managed to sustain a constant population level as if they controlled exactly the amount of people needed for an attack, but at the same time weren't surviving using their few existing resources. I fear this wasn't some kind of wondrous organization system, but rather an elimination process of a useless member or an unnecessary child. I dare not think about it, but I'm afraid this would explain why they didn't need to hunt for food. They feasted upon themselves. Now I know what the mask I took stands for, and I shiver the thought of it. I must confess I'm worried. I don't know why, but I fear for my life. Why did you take the mask? Mr. Blackwood, plant your flag and leave. Don't fucking take everything with you.
Ali, come on now. They're British. They're colonized. They'll take shit.
We have our second British taking shit joke of the stream. I'm actually surprised we're only at 2.
I guess that deep inside myself I knew the reason why.
I mean, it's alright, we don't take that much.
The Blackwood son died a long time ago, which is probably the reason why the room was bricked up and left abandoned. The thing that's not clear is whether the child was born dead or died shortly after delivery. As it turns out, there really was a door behind the exhibit in the gallery. I probably subconsciously noticed the frame yesterday and then dreamt about it. Can't think of any other reasonable explanation. Indoor Galaxy led to a small storeroom. There was a strange mask inside and more mementos belonging to James Blackwood. The developments of his story is really getting into me now. I can almost feel his suffering. That mask seems to be the key to the mystery.
Yeah.
Game. Oh, for fuck's sake! No, sorry, not what you did, Claire. The game crashed.
Oh.
Also, no clicking. That means I basically can't do anything for a solid minute. Yeah, the game crashed. Fuck, when did I... Oh, no, it's...
man.
It fixed itself. Yeah, so redeem that, because basically no clicking means I can't play the game.
But you can move the mouse around.
Yeah, but I can't.
Yeah, you can move the mouse. I just said you can't click.
You can move the mouse around for 5 minutes.
You can.
No,
you can stay
Jay,
for 5 minutes, huh?
redeem the thing. refund her redeem. Hold on, I'm quitting the game
What
for a
am I
second.
refunding?
Claire's ban redeem. Sorry, just something was going wrong there with my thing. So I'm just
Yeah.
rebooting it. Give me a second.
Fair.
You might have been a little too ambitious.
It's
You can-
just basically saying don't play the game.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, fair enough.
you can't ban actions that basically mean I can't play the game for 5 minutes.
Fair enough, fair enough. It was funny though.
Okay, here we go. If so what the fuck is going on? Like, these issues are showing up on screen, right?
Yes, and it's very oof.
Hold on.
This is not good.
Let me see if there's something I can do. If there's a setup.
Yeah.
Like, it was working fine until I fucking left that room, and then it just started crashing.
Looks like Jerry.
Is that like a fucking? Hold on. Read me. Hold on. Let me boot the game again. Let me see if I can take this game out of full screen mode. Setup. And surround. Text speed, camera speed, automatic control. Back. Load. Yeah, it's. Hold on. Yeah, something's just going wrong with the fucking thing. Hold on. Scratches, director's cut. Exit wide screen. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let me just. Sorry about the troubleshooting.
It's all good.
Okay, scream dot. Okay, so head to. Let's try that real quick. That could be in here. Program files. Nucleus. What's under screen? Okay. Users, username. Roaming. Should be under nucleosis. Because that was the name of this fucking team that made it, but they did change their name in recent years. So I'm looking for the file scream.cfg. Inferno, Macromedia, Maxon, MGBA.
So you have to add in your own sound file? Am I getting that right?
No, it's so you know it's origin, postman, reaper, Slavs, son. So the issue is it's an issue with the resolution, I think. So, hold on. Scratches. Yeah, I found this configuration file. Widescreen, no, 0. Yeah, grand. Okay, so that's fine. On. Hold on. Let's go back into this. Let's change the resolution to 19 by 20. 1900 by 20. Well, 900 by 1080. No. This game needs to be in Yep, right. Okay. Properties. Oh. Mouse? Like, you guys are seeing this issue with the mouse, aren't you?
Yeah, it's very.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I don't see a mouse. Oh, yes, I do.
Hold on. Hold on. What's going on? What's going on with the fucking display on this? Setup. Slideshow mode to turn on. Back.
Very windy out today.
Oh, it's definitely weather for ducks. I will say.
Okay. Fixed it somehow. This probably looks like shit, doesn't it? I am sorry. Oh, hold on, stretch.
Not too bad. Looks fine. Like
I don't know what's gone wrong. It's something has gone wrong with the rendering.
Did you change anything?
That's the thing. It just basically stopped working when I left one of the rooms, and then now it's like all fucky.
Blame Jerry.
Honestly,
Blame
yeah,
Jerry?
blaming Jerry at this point. I could try. Hold on. Let me see what my. Maybe let's see what happens if I load an old save. Yeah, no, that did not help. Okay, hold on. Again, set up. Hold on. Auto control mode turned off. Back. Okay. This. Obviously, there are a couple of things that aren't working anymore. Let me make a save real quick and try something.
Okay.
Let me try putting it back into full screen mode. It's a bit zoomed in, and I can't. No, it's a bit too zoomed in now. So either I have it in. God, why does this have to break? So yeah, it seems like I basically just I can't have it in full screen mode.
Right.
God damn it. The issue with running old games like this.
Yeah. I had a feeling at the start.
Okay, so actually, hold on. Now that I have light, I can now check the basement. Well, actually, more that's a thing I do at night. Okay, I think we're fine for now. We're still playing. But, what do I do? Contact Jerry? I'll try contacting Jerry real quick, see what that does. I don't like how the, resolution fucks up on the door opening.
Mm-hmm.
Hell?
Jerry, it's me. You won't believe what I found here.
Try me.
It's about the happenings that led to the murder you told me about. There's an impressive backstory surrounding this place and many loose ends. It would seem nobody ever stumbled upon this.
Shouldn't you be working on your book?
Are you listening to me? James Blackwood was into some very weird stuff and possibly dangerous. Something tells me this case is much more complex than it was thought to be.
Why don't you inform the authorities? I'm sure they'll be dying to reopen a long-forgotten case about some crazy old psycho killing his wife.
No way. And miss all the fun? I'm doing this on my own. I wonder if those noises I heard have anything to do with this. Maybe James Blackwood was trying to hide something.
Like in that book, where an old man was guarding the entrance to
I'm trying to think
hell.
what that background
I bet this James
noise is from.
person had a
Like,
doorway
is that
It's me, sir.
Those dreadful
No, it's
noises
fine. I
must
just
be the sound
didn't know
of
what it
the
was.
damned coming for you.
Why, thanks, mate. That's been
Yeah,
very
it's fine.
helpful. Great to have friends like you.
Then stop talking about all this nonsense. Do you have any idea how crazy it sounds? You're a writer, not some fancy PI.
I'll get to the bottom of this. I know I will. I'm certain there's much more to James Blackwood than a simple act of murder.
Now you're sounding more morbid than usual. Simple act of murder? Oh, goody. Just somebody died. Nothing to worry about. This isn't like you, Michael. This whole thing is really affecting you.
Stop being a drama queen. I'm a grown-up and I'm pretty aware of what I'm doing.
Fine. Go chase around the ghosts of James Blackwood. I'll stay here in the real world.
I'll let you know about my progress.
Okay, so actually what I'm gonna do is real quick setup. Can't do it here, so hold on. Back. Save. Hold on. Sorry. Again, sorry for doing more like customization. I'm just trying to see what I can do to basically get the I honestly don't mind the screen resolution as long as I can just get the fucking thing to work.
No, that's fine.
As long as it just looks fine, I don't mind. Keep it in Windows mode, but yeah, I'm gonna try the 1080. Try this again, real quick. Scream application. Oh, what's... Yeah, I don't know how to fix this, unfortunately. Like, I don't know what's gone wrong here. Hold on. Dial the wrong number. Oh, I have to fucking... It's like, hold on. Dial the wrong number. No, I won't be able to actually dial that number with the phone like that. What broke? Hold on, I'm switching over to a BRB screen while I try and fix this. Sorry about this. Okay, should be able to see this like, now in a second. Okay. So I reloaded an old save where I wasn't having any issues. I started having issues when I left the one of the rooms. Okay. Okay. So the issue was when I left the room with the mask in it, like the African room, the game stopped responding, and then when it eventually started working again, it fucking bricked itself. So let's see. Check for anything interesting. The whole thing about the murder. Empty void feeling. Save. I'm gonna save more frequently.
So it was the save that got corrupted, right?
Yeah, something happened. Actually, hold on, before I go back downstairs. I have to grab the oil so I can move, because I have to look at the mask again. Okay, back into the African room. Again. Save. Here's your mask. Move those. Okay. Now, let's see what happens. What happened was, I opened this door, and it stopped, and it started crashing, and then when I tried to click into it, it reloaded, but the fucking whole thing fucked up. Now we're back to normal.
Good.
Nice.
So yeah,
Well,
make
fully caught up,
frequent...
right? No lost progress.
We're back where we were. I'm going to be making frequent saves, just for the sole fact of, I don't trust this game. Like, a game that was made for, like, what? Windows fucking Vista?
Yeah.
Running on Windows 10?
Yes?
Jerry, it's me. You won't believe what I found here.
Try me.
It's about the happenings that led to the murder you told me about. There's an impressive backstory surrounding this place and many loose ends. It would seem nobody ever stumbled upon this.
Shouldn't you be working on your book?
Are you listening to me? James Blackwood was into some very weird stuff, and possibly dangerous. Something tells me this case is much more complex than it was thought to be.
Why don't you inform the authorities? I'm sure they'll be dying to reopen a long-forgotten case about some crazy old psycho killing his wife.
No way. And miss all the fun? I'm doing this on my own. I wonder if those noises I heard have anything to do with this. Maybe James Blackwood was trying to hide something.
Like in that book, where an old man was guarding the entrance to hell. I bet this James Blackwood person had a doorway like that in his basement. Those dreadful noises must be the sounds of the damned coming for you.
Why, thanks, mate. That's been very helpful. Great to have friends like you.
Then stop talking about all this nonsense. Do you have any idea how crazy it sounds? You're a writer, not some fancy PI.
I'll get to the bottom of this. I know I will. I'm certain there's much more to James Blackwood than a simple act of murder.
Now you're sounding more morbid than usual. Simple act of murder? Oh, goody. Just somebody died. Nothing to worry about. This isn't like you, Michael. This whole thing is really affecting you.
Stop being a drama queen. I'm a grown-up, and I'm pretty aware of what I'm doing.
Fine. Go chase around the ghosts of James Blackwood. I'll stay here in the real world.
I'll let you know about my progress.
Right. Wait up, hold on, I need to move some stuff around. Posture check, hydrate, and a stretch.
Roger.
Yeah, by the way, do you know what the fun is?
What?
When you look up this game on how long to beat, this game takes, it says 7 hours to beat.
Yeah.
We're nearly done with this game.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, this game's not long. I'd say a lot of the time comes from the reading. Paper.
Yeah.
There's a lot of reading, and so that could probably take time, and usually what takes people time is, this is an old school puzzle game, so a lot of the solutions are not simple.
Yeah.
Suddenly she stopped and stood there, paralyzed, hadn't given any credit to what her eyes were seeing, and suddenly unaware of the potential dangerous situation. Unsurprisingly, there was anything unusual or strange about the event. Lovely Cathy was hastily crossing the room towards the huge oak door, a fancy black dress fluttering at every footstep. As the girl reached the doorknob, she turned to look back at Marion and urged her with a whisper to hurry up. But Marion wasn't seeing Cathy. Her memories haunted her back and displayed reality, giving room to the nightmares visions she had spent months trying to forget. Ever since her first visit to the old house, in her dreams she saw the little girl also wearing a black dress emerging from a passageway hidden in the room. She never actually managed to glimpse where the passage was. Only saw the girl running towards her, her small face contorted in a horrible grimace. Mary quickly realized it was a twisted version of the Cathy she would knew later, as if her figure was then distorted by a veil of smoke. Her exact movements through the room, reaching for the knob, facing her back. Those were too many coincidences to ignore. It wasn't a nightmare that she experienced that day, nor a ghost, something she refused to believe in, but was now willing to blindly embrace as the truth, given the shocking vividness of the vision. A ghost would come from the past. What she'd seen came from her thoughts We're interrupted as a figure behind her casts a shadow across the doorstep. You filthy liar, you've betrayed me, ground a deep voice. How can I assume an ending? The final twist is my side rest with the VT. They'll terrify if I don't pop and everything like that, but how? Afterwards, Stephen was mad. She's confused, the visions are becoming real, so now we know for sure there's a supernatural element to the story. Wait, so? Question is, does it have anything to do with the creepy old lady or not? Would it be obvious? Big question. Would people accept if the solution story is unreal? Damn, why am I trying to please everyone here? No Deus Ex Machina. I wonder how the realistic solution disguised as supernatural. Is it possible? They're expecting something like that. A real improbable outcome. That's what they loved in BT. Bloody hell, this driving me insane. Yeah. Nothing else we can do for today. Time to go to bed.
Wait, what?
Yep.
You're gonna get
Something didn't feel right.
As in the game, or?
Yeah, in the game.
Yeah, in the game. We went to bed again.
Okay.
Uh-oh. The mask is gone. What? Okay. Yeah, I won't lie, I don't like that. Once again, I was awakened during a bizarre dream by those scratching noises. And we're going to make a safety save because this game is not running 100% at times. Are you still watching, Jay?
I am, yeah. Hold on.
Did you see the fucking mask thing behind the door in the dream?
Sorry, I did step away for a moment, though.
So basically, in our dream, we go to the mask room, and when we go in there, the mask is gone. And when we try to leave, something wearing the mask was at the door.
Oh shit.
And we light the lamp.
It's definitely cold. Jesus.
Yep. Why are we getting into the incinerator? Okay, you're paying attention, right?
I am. I'm seeing.
We're in an incinerator.
Yes.
I saw this in Saw before. I don't like it.
Hey.
You know one weird thing about Saw?
What?
Nope, and fucking nope. Give me that fuck out of here.
Nope.
There might be something you need in there.
Nope. But the first Saw, you could make the first movie like because how cheap it was. I think it's like 1,000 or grand. You could remake the first movie on how cheap it was.
Yep, I'm aware. Sorry, climb inside the incinerator. Climb inside the incinerator, see like some weird fucking door on the other side of the thing, and something fucking moved. We're leaving. Fortunately, only thing we can do is go to bed, which I think is the wrong decision. I think the correct decision is to leave this fucking house forever.
Yeah, like any sane person. Hello. You alright?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm just taking a few-minute break. I've been studying for like the past 2 days. I got a midterm tomorrow.
Good luck.
Nice.
My third and final day. Ah, fuck, the text ran. Went away. Final day inside the Blackwood Manor. I guess I'm done for today. Think about the Blackwood mystery. I guess I'm done for today. The many adventures I've had left me very tired. So I'll be heading back to bed earlier today. I have a premonition now. I think that tomorrow will be the day I make great progress resolving the Blackwood mystery. I just know it. Again, scratching sounds what could possibly be causing them. Better hurry up and look into the. Have I just seen a vision product of being tired? After all, I'm bound to expect strange occurrences whilst wandering at midnight through a decrepit old house, but the cold sweat on my forehead has brought me to my senses. I know it's very real. I may be insane. I should probably race out of the house and never return, but I just want to go back to bed. I need to sleep. Clear mind a little bit. Perhaps I'm too tired to realize that I'm not alone in this place. Another day inside Blackwood Manor. Fortunately, the rain has stopped. Somehow, I feel renewed with energy. It's like the past night was just a bad dream. Most doubting it ever happened, but still, I feel strangely optimistic. I have to keep going. Yeah, you know, Michael, maybe leave the fucking murder house. It's incredibly cold inside the house now. Yeah, should light the fire then. The house is burning. The wood is now burning nicely in the fireplace. Actually, now that I can leave the house, let's go see if I got the decided to tell Jerry about the experience during the previous night before leaving the house. Okay, calling Jerry then.
just reading little description. Scratches into the Blackwood Manor. Also, fuck you, Jerry.
Actually, I'm not sure.
Of course.
Jerry, I'm definitely not alone.
Never played this game. What's wrong, Jerry?
So Jerry basically procures you an old Victorian house. Turns out a double fucking murder happened here. Possibly. And it's also possibly haunted by an old African mask.
Yeah, and he didn't tell, and I'm guessing he knew that and he neglected to tell you?
Well, he neglected to tell me about the initial murder, and he also neglected to tell me about the death of the Blackwood's fucking son. So it's more like, fuck you, Jerry. You should have left this abandoned house well alone.
Promise me you won't call anyone.
Also, it's a reference to Civvy 11's video on this game, where he called it the Curse of Jerry.
Right. Bye.
And throughout the video, he's just like, fuck you, Jerry. Why'd you send me to a murder house? Actually, I should probably call. Hold on. Okay, so.
Okay, here's a question. Why don't you just leave?
Because we're a horror writer and we're dumb.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you're a horror writer and your friend sends you to a murder house. That sounds like just a neat gift from a friend, in all honesty. If that's your job. Like, probably should have told you about it, but that is probably going to give you some good writing material.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, so you then. Using limited technology, I realize this device had to be Dynamo. Okay, Dynamo. Ooh, I got some tools. Nice.
And a crowbar. Nice. Let's see. We should actually probably explore the outside of this place a bit more. First off, wait, actually not down there yet. I want to check if I got that letter back. No, nothing. Yeah, we should probably check around the outside a bit more. There we go. Oil up the hinges and we get inside. Thick mist struck me in the eyes as I entered the barren greenhouse, and the smell of long dried plants and dirt permeated the air. Hello? What are you? Hello? Okay, no, I can actually do here yet. Okay. Again, there's just something unnerving about the
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know if like you guys get this from just watching this game, but playing this game, you're
very tense.
I don't feel comfortable walking around this house.
Yeah. I also like how the animations of the doors open.
Oh no,
it's like Resident Evil.
I hate it. It is like Resident Evil, yeah. It's like all the door opening things are like FMVs.
Yeah.
Which means, as you saw earlier, it allows for jump scares to fucking happen.
I love it.
Like where it's like, oh hey, you open the door, and then suddenly there's a fucking like mask wearing monster or something just right there.
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Well, welcome to the crypt. Cold shiver ran down my spine as I entered the decaying crypt. The foul smell of rotting flesh seemed to have persisted throughout the years. What the? That one's empty. I seriously considered what I was about to do, but my curiosity got the better of me.
You keep saying fuck Jared, but if anything happens to you, this is gonna be your fault at this point.
A corpse in advanced stages of decomposition was inside the coffin. It was disgusting. Even though it's in better shape than the rest, it's too dark through this particular spot. I'm not a dead child, Jim Blackwood. Okay. Awkward. Because I know this puzzle. Like, this is where the game goes full adventure game mode, where it's like, then the crap to something for a few seconds. I only found one body inside, but there are two blocks. Something was evidently out of place there. Yeah. So, if you let me go back to the house for a minute. This is where you have to start trying to find, like, puzzle solving to the fucking most extreme degree. Where do I get... Okay, well, first off, hold on. There's something I have to get. Also, what doesn't help is we now are very aware there is something else in this house. So it's,
yeah, you're still sticking.
Very uncomfortable moving around.
I'm just thinking of like a YouTuber. They're doing like a Gmod sandbox, and it's like we gotta go back to our cabin. And there one from it was like, let's get in the fucking car and leave. Why do white people always want to stay around?
Well, it doesn't help that the main character is white and British.
Oh yeah, they fucking deserve.
Well, the main part. Yeah, no, I'm just thinking that fucking clock tower thing, like, but the others. Fuck it.
Fuck it.
I'm
Back when
just thinking of
JonTron
that
was cool.
I'm just thinking of that meme where someone's on a bike and they shove a pole through the front of their bike, and then like they say something, and it's just like imagining you doing that and then just being like, "Fuck you, Jerry. You're doing this shit to yourself."
Okay, here we go. Back to the crypt. It's time to investigate the dead baby coffin.
Oof.
Hold on. Catherine Blackwood and James Blackwood. Strange. Well, need to get some light in. Ah, okay, hold on. I hurled the stone at the window, but sadly it missed and bounced off the ceiling, flying out of sight. Oh, for fuck's sake. Ah, there it is. Yeah, no, I love this.
It's like you tried to throw the stone to break the window, but you fucking fail the first time, so you have to do it a second time.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the game would never tell you that you have to use the wire and a mirror that you didn't know you could unplug to fucking shine enough light onto this to see this. The inscription was too eroded, but seemed to begin with the letter R. So we know it begins with R. Okay. So. Back to the house.
Okay, so bad though, like, I'm sorry if I'm not talking too much, but it's just really eye-pleasing, this game, for me. I don't know why.
Oh yeah, no, it's actually...
I call it point and click 2.0.
Like, I know this is a horror game, like jump scares and all that shit and creepy and shit, but like, this is just really calming to me at the moment. I don't know why.
Weird.
Like, I'm just enjoying the visuals, and I'm just like, this is nice.
I like Doom calming.
Oh, Doom calming is like great for anger.
0.
No, literally soothing. I go to sleep if you turn on colorblind mode on Doom.
9. 1. 2.
1.
9. 4. 1. 4. 4.
Good day, the National Bank of Northumberland. Robert Blake speaking.
Hello, Robert. I need some help.
Activist James Blackwood.
It's about James Thomas Blackwood. Do you have a customer called that?
I'm sorry, sir. I can't give you that kind of information.
Okay, sorry. Just...
My name is Christopher Milton, a renowned doctor and good friend of the Blackwood family, and I demand some respect.
All right, sir. Please, just hold on for a few moments. Ah, yes. I have a customer listed as James Blackwood here.
Good. I need to know about any recent banking activity in this account.
What kind of banking activity, sir?
Well, you tell me. Any withdrawals, payments?
Look, sir, I'm really sorry, but I can only give that information to Mr. Blackwood himself.
So that means the account is still active?
Well, yeah. It means I can't give you this information, sir. You said your name was...
I won't waste your time anymore. Good day.
That's interesting. The James Blackwood account is still active.
The mystery continues.
No, like, because that bank account, like, I'm pretty sure bank accounts are closed when their customer dies, so that's strange.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. You know what time it is, right? Time to call Jerry.
Fucking Jerry.
Yes?
Hi, Jerry.
Michael, I was worried about you. Are you doing okay?
Yes, I'm fine. And I think I know the identity of my intruder.
Tell me, who is it?
James Blackwood.
The Blackwood person? Michael, are you serious? That the ghost of the murderer is roaming the house?
I'm not talking about his ghost, Jerry. I'm talking about him.
What the heck do you mean?
I mean James Blackwood himself, alive in this house.
What? How is that possible?
It makes sense. After murdering his wife and realizing what he has done, he begs for help to Christopher Milton, who fakes his death.
Milton, the previous owner? Michael, you're losing your mind. Even if he managed to hide himself, how did he survive all this time? Milton has been missing for years.
Good point, but I'm sure a desperate man like Blackwood would have found a way.
Yes, by turning into a ghost. Wait a minute. Yeah, I have it right here. James Blackwood passed away on June 1963. Would you please stop this?
Jerry, just listen to me. I know I'm right. There's only Mrs. Blackwood's body in the crypt. His is missing.
Oh God, Michael. You've really gone out of
Jerry,
your
you're
mind.
fucking idiot, Jerry.
Coffins, what next?
I'm ready to roll.
Desecrating the chapel?
Whatever it takes to solve this mystery. You can only find stories like this in books.
Precisely why I'm beginning to wonder about your sanity.
You'll see.
Right then. We have another date now. So it's back up to the attic to look at the newspapers.
Yay.
Honestly, I'm not too afraid of the attic. I'm afraid of the basement, though.
Yeah.
Like, the attic is fine. There's nothing up there. It's just the fucking basement. Like, the second floor African room and the basement are the two most fucking disturbing rooms in this place. Okay. Following the shocking news that became public knowledge, we must now inform about the Cinericum story that has been in the mind of every citizen of the town these past 2 days. Mr. James Blackwood has died at the age of 56 due to a heart attack, allegedly because of the pressure and stress caused by the astonishing accusation by Miss Ava Mariani, former maid of the family. This puts a sudden end to the case deferred by the authorities. Police Chief William Bailey said, "It sounded to me that Mr. Blackwood was never brought to a proper trial. No matter what kind of excuses could be possibly made, the death of Miss Catherine Blackwood is a fact. I'm fully convinced that he was guilty." Dr. Christopher Milton is said to be taking care of the funeral that nobody will attend, and all the belongings of the Blackwood family are now in his possession. Suddenly, Roxbury returns to daily life, turning the page over one of its darkest chapters. Many will wonder in the years to come what really happened inside Blackwood Manor. We actually have Bailey's number, 01665 65217. Nothing important there. We have another number, so we have another number to call. You missed it, Maddie, though. I had a fucking slew of technical issues and I had to take like 10 minutes to fucking solve them.
Yeah, gotcha.
Oh. 1665 65 2 1 7. Oh.
Who is this?
Huh. Are you Mr. William Bailey?
That's me. And you are?
Yes, my name is Michael Arthate. I'm a journalist for a local newspaper in Rothbury.
I see. And what's this all about?
Well, you're the former police chief of this town, aren't you?
Indeed. I served many years ago.
And you were once in charge of a famous, or should I say, infamous case here?
Bloody hell. Don't tell me this is about James Blackwood.
Well, yes. I'm writing a story for my newspaper. The most famous police cases of Northumberland.
Have you got any idea how many times I've talked about this?
Oof.
Go to your nearest library. I'm sure you'll find plenty of information about Blackwood there.
please, Mr. Bailey, I beg you. It won't be the same if I can have the information from someone who was there, and no less than the renowned William Bailey of Rothbury.
All right, son, spare me the nonsense. What is it you want to know?
Well, in the first place, what did Ava Mariani see exactly?
She saw enough, son. James Blackwood was dragging a shape into a hole in the garden. At first, Mrs. Mariani couldn't realize what it was, but eventually she made out the dead body of Catherine Blackwood with a serious wound.
And Blackwood was automatically deemed guilty?
He was found digging his wife's son.
Why did James Blackwood never appear before a jury?
When you're someone as renowned and famed as James Blackwood was, you can pretty much avoid the authorities. However, you can't avoid justice. And justice was brought upon James Blackwood.
Justice? How?
He died shortly after the accusation. You should know about that.
What happened to Dr. Christopher Milton?
How should I know? You bet your life that slimy worm was up to something. I couldn't prove it, though I spent years investigating him. A shame we couldn't implicate him as much as James Blackwood.
Are you saying he could have had something to do with the murder?
Blackwood and Milton were very intimate. Milton did the impossible to aid his friend, and even clear his name after he died. You do the math.
And was ever determined the cause of death of Catherine Blackwood?
Yes, partly. Mrs. Mariani managed to see her throat was slit open. Ripped, she would say. It must have been horrible for the poor girl.
Still, everything sounds so vague, as if something were missing.
Are you questioning my performance on this case, son?
No, sir, not at all. I'm just trying to figure this out. Like, why a proper autopsy was never done.
An autopsy to whom?
Please, sir, this is very important to me, and I could really use your help. I'm trying to fit all the pieces of this mystery together.
Mystery? What mystery? You must be one of those people that just love splitting hairs, don't you?
I don't think I understand, sir.
Listen, son, that cold-blooded bastard murdered his wife, God knows why, but he and his fancy doctor did the impossible to hamper our investigations.
Damn, this is a lot of dialogue, I won't lie.
To realize Blackwood did it.
There's got to be something else. I can't believe Blackwood flipped.
Look, I'm not
like
gonna lie,
that
I'm kind
on
of
a
like
sunny day.
sitting on my bed rather than sitting in a chair. Just kind of like.
People flip, son. You could be flipping right
I
now.
always listen to these in my bed.
But I don't want to try to fall asleep.
Well, then tell me how Blackwood reacted when you
If you
pulled
do,
his
we'll kick
wife
you out the
from
chat.
beneath the ground.
I beg
Okay.
your pardon.
I mean, Catherine Blackwood's body.
So-
Not in a
was
bad
dug in
way.
the
It's
garden
just
of the
if you,
manor.
you know,
They
free
hampered
onset.
the investigation.
Yeah.
We never
How was
managed to
everyone's
set
day?
one foot inside the manor.
Hey, you had a
fine.
pretty great day.
On a bloody
I got
jungle
cuddles.
tire, son.
That's good.
But are you telling me you never actually retrieved the body?
That's exactly what I'm telling you. Now, if you don't mind,
But wait, this doesn't make any sense.
stop
Like,
wasting my time, damn it.
Like I haven't like snored or anything throughout this whole set. Call, have I?
Idea of calling
Nope.
me. I don't
Okay.
want to hear anything else about this case ever again.
Please,
Just
Mr.
checking,
Bailey,
just
don't-
because I thought I was getting too tired. I'm like, oh, am I going to sleep?
If you do fall asleep,
Nothing.
I'll just kick you from the call, don't worry.
I just
Okay.
said that.
No, just because like the camera movement and just how the game looks is just very, I don't know, it's eye pleasing to me right now.
I know it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aesthetically, this game is really... It's like, this game is really well made, especially in the custom engine it's built in.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I keep posting about it, but still, sorry.
Ah!
Anyway,
Even though I was
anyway,
anxious
I'm
through the letter, I
gonna-
tried to remind myself that I should give a raise to my efficient assistant.
Mm.
Dear Mother, I spent the whole morning running a few errands for the Blackwood family, and on the way back, many thoughts crossed my mind. I take back what I said. I want to return home. Things haven't gotten any better here. Everyone is behaving mysteriously, and they try to avoid me. I do understand that they must still be distrust.
You okay?
You okay, baby?
Yeah, just I'm talking a lot and reading a lot, so my throat is drying up.
Okay,
Must still
that
be
gave me a fright.
Don't worry, I'll be fine. Must still be disturbed by
Okay.
the death of their son, but it has been almost 2 years since that already. I feel like an alien. I don't belong here anymore, and I find it hard to sleep at night. There's too much activity in this house, too much moving around, and that is unnerving me. I feel something terrible is going on, and I want to go as far as possible. I will miss Mrs. Blackwood dearly, as she has always been kind to me, but I'm afraid my health is at stake. I've been seeing some strange things too. I can't explain it, but I think there's something very wrong here. That Dr. Milton would often come to talk with the sir for many hours, and nobody would allow me upstairs, although I've been secretly taking pictures there. I hope this doesn't upset you, but don't worry. They're well hidden under a loose floorboard beside my bedside table. Please want to forgive me, and I should have listened to you. It's not like I'm stubborn. I just wanted to wait and see if things would get any better for myself. They haven't. That's why I'm asking for a place to stay until I sort out my situation. Call me as soon as you can. I usually have to stay in town until 5 o'clock, but lately I've been coming back about an hour earlier. I just want to leave this place and confess that I'm scared of waiting. Please hurry. We'll help. Okay. Oh, hold on. Hold on. What was that? Oh, no, that's the letter. I should probably be taking that, but okay. But yeah, we now know where she was storing her photos. Under a loose floorboards on a bedside locker.
Nice.
Okay, bedside locker. Here we go, this floorboard. Oh wow, that's a detailed photo. Okay, so tower is here. Right.
Anyway, I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna play a game before I watch and get back to studying.
Fair.
See ya. Okay.
See ya.
Take care, buddy.
Okay. Well, if you remember, we found a shovel in the greenhouse, and we're probably gonna need that for when we have to dig up Mrs. Blackwood's corpse. Thank you for the hydrodium.
No problem.
Gotta love digging up dead bodies. Again, I do not feel comfortable moving throughout this house. It always feels like there's something about to hop around the corner at any moment and just slice my throat open. Ah, that's a chapel. I don't think I'm supposed to go here yet. Also, have you noticed with the FMVs, like, when you're opening doors and stuff, the insides are so much fucking darker?
can see the FMVs just fine.
No, it's like
I'll check the next time you go walk through one.
right. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, sorry. Just for context, I am looking at a guide because some of these puzzles
I don't blame you.
Some of these puzzles are really like you either need to fiddle around for hours trying to figure it out, or you need to understand. Wrong way. Fuck. I have to go back to the basement. Fuck. I did not want to go back down there anytime soon. Hold on, I got a crowbar. What? Sorry, hold on. What am I doing? Oh, okay. Fucking. Okay, so I sorted the water out. I think. Yeah, no, it's like, okay, so you have to then use the hammer to move the crowbar. Cool. Like, okay, but also, why is this so dark? And then, hold on. When I open this door, like, if you look at the room in the back, it's really dark, and then it's suddenly bright again. Or even into, like, the hallway, like, it's really dark, and then it's suddenly really bright.
Okay, that's fair. you just hear Ryan snore?
I think I did, yeah.
Sorry. Sorry.
Ryan, go to bed, mate.
No.
No, because you're gonna...
weird noise. No.
Ryan.
No. Sorry. Okay. Ugh. Okay. So that was more or less I'm feeling tired, so I am gonna go to bed.
Yeah, go to bed, Ryan.
Okay. Night night.
Good night. Where are these shears? I know there's a pair of shears in here. As much as I regret it, I've decided to stop caring for the greenhouse. All my efforts to save the plants have been in vain. I just can't seem to figure out what's wrong with them. It's been a few weeks since they began falling apart to pieces, dying without any apparent cause. Some of them would just crumble at the slightest touch. This is not only frustrating but very unsettling. Every time I enter the place, I can feel a sense of dread and decay. My most regret is the condition of that rare plant I brought from South Africa. It's now all sad looking and almost dried up. Take it upstairs and look after it, hoping it'll get more sunlight, assuming that everything that has been happening here as a natural explanation. That's around this place and I can't seem to do anything about it. In spite of my concerns, I can't help thinking that all this began when I brought that one there. No. I feel it's on the side. I should stop reading all those sinister books. They're getting under my skin. For fuck's sake, hold on. Cheers. Okay. I took a few of these with me. You never know. Rare African plant leaves could come in handy. Over here. Removed a few branches of leaves, shearing. Okay, so then that should mean. Sorry, I'm just washed away. I wonder where. Time to go to the spooky tree.
Okay. Let's boogie. Do not fuck the tree, though.
I'm going to fuck the tree. Fuck the tree. Fuck the tree. No, actually, I don't want to fuck that tree. It looks creepy.
That's no celestial tree.
I have a feeling I have to go over here now. Is it not this? What the? Okay, so the key is for something else. I think it's for... I remember there was a locked desk in the study. That should probably be where I go next. I love how Ryan was trying to be like, I'm not tired.
Still... Yeah, but we heard him snore.
Yeah, no. I'm still what? Hold on.
What does that mean, Glenn? I don't know what that means.
It's just Zero Escape. Zero Escape was a... Actually, okay, so... Box here. Don't have a code yet. Zero Escape is a point-and-click
game on the DS, but it's like Saw. Sort of. It's actually interesting. I do want to check it out at some point, but fair. Dear Catherine, first of all, I beg you to take the utmost care in order to keep this letter away from James. I don't like to think of the mental breakdown he would suffer if he reads this. You know James much better than I do, so you must share my conviction that he'd never harm anything, but even so, I'd ask you to be careful whenever he's around, at least until we sort out the situation. He's been especially unstable lately, speaking about his determination to suppress the so-called curse. I truly fear for him and for his sanity. I still wouldn't say he qualifies as dangerous, but just in case, I'd be cautious. I've been playing the role of an ally who believes in James, and so far I think I've done a good job in convincing him, but I'm afraid it won't last too much longer. I can't do all the things he's now asking me to. He's been delving into some very obscure arts, and what began as a hobby has now become a dangerous obsession. He wants me to perform an African ritual on that awful mask he brought. He's convinced he has released an ancient spirit which will harm everything he loves and cares for. It's also really insane that I'm ashamed to translate this into words. My biggest fear is that I'll end up losing my own mind along with his. I have to put an end to all this. And about the other issue, you should know I've gotten over it. Catherine, what we all did 2 years ago, the decision we made and knew would affect the course of our lives, has been haunting my sleep ever since then. I know you must be the one more affected by this, but you wouldn't understand all that has been going through my head. The confusion, the contradiction. Now more than ever, I'm not sure whether it was the right decision or not, but there's no turning back and we must face the consequences. All I want to say about this is that I'm deeply sorry if I behaved erratically these past days and unnerved you. You have my word, I won't ever reveal anything. Whatever you do with this letter, make sure James doesn't feel anything suspicious. I'd rather have you destroy this, though. Extreme situations require extreme measures. Christopher. Okay. March 21st, 1963. I'm assuming I have to go back up to the attic and check out that thing. Okay, actually, can I just skip a couple of steps? Let me test this theory. Because I'm supposed to go back up to the nursery and, like, the blocks on the floor give you the code.
Mm-hmm.
But I have most of the numbers here myself. The only one I'm missing, but it's like I'm missing one letter, but I can just brute force it because I had most of them anyway. Oh, hello. Chapel key. Well, it looks like a chapel key. How many keys have with crosses on them don't go to chapels?
Good point.
But yes, so basically the name of James Blackwood's son that passed away was Robin. And the blocks in the nursery have numbers next to them. And you're supposed to use the numbers. Yeah, so Robin Blackwood died 2 years before Catherine Blackwood was murdered. Cool. Not even inside the chapel did I perceive a peaceful environment. The deadly stillness was deeply unnerving. Why
Why does Jesus have to be creepy? There's obviously Christ looking after this holy place. There. Hello. That's crowbar. Okay, so I'm supposed to do something with that. Hmm. Those orbs in the bottom. Wait. Okay, so I'm obviously supposed to find a nail. Actually, I haven't saved in a while. I should. So this isn't fucking brick itself again. Second. Ah, okay. Oh, there's an upstairs. Cool. Holy Bible. What the fuck? There's a nail in it.
That's a little strange. I've heard of people hiding flasks in books, but not nails.
Like a full-on fucking nail. Okay, well. Time to fucking re-crucify Jesus, apparently. Oh. This is okay. Oh, hey. The one and only candle in this house. The folklore of the Dalmar is just as disturbing as their vicious attacks. If my researches have been correct, then I could have stumbled upon one of the most ancient tribes ever known to humanity. Dating back to era where so-called Bushmen inhabited South Africa, we're talking over 20,000 years ago. How could any civilization manage to survive us without ever hunting or expanding? Just being there, I don't dare to imagine what 200 centuries of inbreeding and cannibalism can do to people. I've seen them, and they can't be called humans. What is most unsettling is their mystical background. Impossible to consider a religion due to its complete lack of basic rules and maturity. The only single premise is to keep an evil entity at bay which has been stalking them since the beginning of time or Dark Ages. At this point in my research, I had to stop and consider the implications. The Dharma actually taught of their later period, systematic slaughtering of mankind as good times or golden ages. I thank the Lord that this tribe never managed to grow, as I seriously think the religion, maybe even the entire continent, the region, would have suffered terrible consequences. The history is so ancient that it makes me feel dizzy. The vengeful god, which is incidentally referred to as Dal Hum, would control the Dalmar via its many incarnations. Most of the time, it would be a tall, feline-like figure, always dwelling in shadows and slaying any villager who would unwittingly come close. Some say its deadly claws would not only penetrate your body, but your soul. The purpose of the harassment is unclear. It would look as if the Dalmar were simple toys to play with. It seems the Dalmar managed to free themselves from its clutches with the help of an ancient amulet or charm, which would effectively force the entity to retreat. The most curious thing is how the amulet was conceived. Two main elements are required to perform the exercising of this evil, and they had to be strictly related to each other, one representing the victim and the other representing the victimizer. To achieve this, something related to each one is used. Well, I'm not sure what is referred to as the victim. I think it can be concluded that anything belonging to any villager would have served, given that they are all victims. As for something representing victimizers, that may have been more complicated. What could possibly be related to God, this God in question? Next, these elements had to be mixed with a rare medicinal plant native for the region, which apparently had the properties to blend both items together, as long as they were not too solid. Finally, a branch of a particular tree, whose name escapes me now, had to be used as the holder of the blended items. It is on this item that a mysterious blessing was performed. It should be noted that all the elements had to be organic. Dalmar successfully released themselves from the control of the vicious god with an intense ritual that seems to have taken days to perform. In the end, the amulet was so powerful that the entity surrendered to their will and offered divine power in exchange for sacrifices. Dalmar wouldn't allow to be fooled. They decided that getting rid of the evil once and for all would be the wisest thing to do, so they managed to capture its spirit and store it somewhere they could guard it for ages to come. My god, the evil spirit was cast into a mask, trapped inside the confines of its blessed wood for eternity. A mask which is with its description bears uncanny resemblance to who am I filming? It is that mask. Dalmar would keep the spirit at bay via regular rituals involving the bloody sacrifices of the aforementioned manual. The last book I read today about the Dalmar, in reality 2 small paragraphs, an amusing bonus reading in a book lent by the museum, was going to be something that left me completely paralyzed with terror. I always wondered, since I began studying them, what made the Dalmar savagely slaughter neighboring tribes without any apparent reason. Was it a violent raw instinct? Did they feel threatened anyway? Was it by a perverse and ungodly sense of enjoyment? No, it was fear. Fear that someone would take the mask and release the gods they killed to protect themselves from falling again into the Dark Ages. If they went to such extreme lengths to avoid this, then what did they have to endure when the entity was free? Rituals haven't been performed in the mask for years now. What have I done? What have I done? I was shocked to learn about this evil. Terrible as it was, I still wondered to what extent James Blackwood went to get rid of the curse. Well, okay. More letters. Fuck. That's a lot of reading.
Really is. Like, this whole game is so much fucking reading.
Professor, this may very well be the last of my notes in this regard. I'm afraid Catherine has already realized what I've been doing here all this time. In vain, I've tried to explain myself, and I know what might have been the outcome had I kept insisting. If you could only believe me, Christopher, because I know you intend well, but I can feel the doubt in your heart. Put your rational thoughts aside for a moment and yield to the facts. If I can do it, someone who has constantly thought in the wonders of science ever since childhood, then so can you. I'm hoping that you will contemplate the possibility of some truth in my assessments once you read about my latest findings. It's imperative that you carry on with the task. Catherine is watching me every step, and I'm afraid she'll take strong measures if I do anything out of the ordinary. Did you know? She's been talking to other doctors beside you and psychiatrists. My god, Christopher, I fear that she's willing to shut me up in a madhouse. How is it possible that all of you won't believe me, and if what happened with my own son wasn't enough proof? In my adjacent notes, you'll find an exhaustive essay on the origin of the curse and what should be done to eliminate it. I know the whole amulet deal may sound crazy, but you have to trust me. The tribe has been doing this for centuries. Are you going to fall for all that knowledge and experience? They face the god, Christopher, and live to tell it. Now it's our turn to live and tell the story. And Christopher, if we fail to remove the curse and anything happens to me, I want you to know, I want you to do it, and I have my complete mental facilities whilst I'm asking this. It has been becoming more and more dangerous lately. Do not hesitate. There's simply no other way, and you would be the only one left who can do it. Promise me, you will. I know I'm asking you to become a cold-hearted murderer, but Christopher, our lives and possibly many others are at stake. Isn't that enough to forget your vow, James? Okay, that's pretty bleak.
Yeah, it is.
Well.
Is this, like, near the very end of the game now?
Yep.
8 hours, huh?
Yeah, that's the funny thing. It's like it said, oh yeah, this game takes like 7 to 8 hours to beat. No, maybe 4. Maybe it takes that long because people would literally spend hours trying to fucking...
Find and read every bit of dialogue.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm like speed reading a lot of this dialogue.
Don't blame you.
Well, you know what time it is, right, Jay?
Time to end the game.
It's time to call Jerry.
Jerry! I love Jerry. I've gotten to know Jerry over the course of this game, and I can safely say he is not a bean man. He's a man.
Yes.
Jerry, it's me.
And a great
Michael,
patience.
I was about to call you.
Why?
I've been thinking about what you told me, and you could be onto something there. But I'm worried about your safety now. This could be dangerous.
What do you mean by dangerous?
Well, let's suppose you're right, and James Blackwood is indeed hiding somewhere inside the house. He's a madman, a murderer, and your life could be in danger.
Jerry, if James Blackwood is still alive, he'd be nothing more than a harmless, decrepit old man. I don't think I'd have any problem outdoing him.
And what if he is armed?
I'm willing to take that risk. He surely knows I'm here by now. What if he's waiting for me to leave so that he can escape? I can't miss this opportunity.
The opportunity of what, for Christ's sake?
Of knowing. I'm already too much into this, Jerry. And if I don't know what happened inside this house, I won't be able to sleep again.
You're obsessed. You were supposed to finish your book, get some rest, and now look at this. What are you going to say to your editor?
Who knows, maybe this whole episode inspires me to write that ending. I'm sorry. I can't leave this now, Jerry. It's too late.
I can't believe this. I don't understand you. Doesn't the possibility of spending another night in that house with a creepy old man hiding in the basement scare you?
I know what you're trying to do. Goodbye, Jerry.
Michael? Michael! It's dangerous, do you hear me? Dangerous! You have to leave that place!
I'll keep you informed.
So has someone just been at the front gate? That is a very good reason for why Jerry wanted me out. Mr. Michael Arthate. Notice of eviction. Due to irregularities during its acquisition process carried over by Mr. Jerry P. Carter, you are to immediately leave the property known as Blackwood Manor. If you fail to comply, legal proceedings will be enforced against you. You have 2 days to effectively abandon the property after the issuing of this notice. We take no responsibility for the courier service. A police officer is due to arrive at Blackwood Manor on Tuesday, October 15th. Should you be present, you'll be immediately taken into custody without further notice. Jerry, you fucking fraud! You committed fraud? It's not the reason why Jerry wanted to leave his house by Lee. I barely realized that he wouldn't come for me, and that was up to me to find a way to leave the house. Jerry, you fucking committed fraud, you fuck! There's a dynamo in the garage. That should be able to charge the fucking car battery. What's up?
I said love a bit of fraud.
Okay, this should now have some fucking... Nice, we should be able to leave now. As I prepared myself to leave the manor, I suddenly felt responsible for disturbing the force that had up to now lain dormant inside the house. I had to do something. Of course you do, Michael! Well, there's only one thing to do.
What's that?
Dig up a body.
Yay. Probably shouldn't do it while the police are on your ass.
No, the police aren't coming until tomorrow. Hello, Catherine. I was equally terrified and sad upon uncovering the dead body of Catherine Blackwood. All those years she was left to rot in this improvised tomb. And this is the gross part. To do my best to contain my repulsion, I pulled out a tooth from the body. I quietly left, bearing Mrs. Blackwood back to her dead, cold dreams. Now, I hate move. I know what it is. When I'm moving around outside, it's fine. But when I'm moving around inside, it doesn't, like, I don't feel safe. Hold on. Making a quick save. Because again, I don't want my fucking split fuck up again. Well. If you remember, it said that the god is very typically displayed as a feline, so the lion tooth will do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I need to grind up... Yeah, this is the gross part. Seriously, why is this section so dark? Okay. You can see when it becomes an FMV because the light changes. Right. I think it was upstairs, wasn't it? It was in one of the fucking rooms on the 3rd floor.
Here it is. My last match. Oh, hold on. Okay. Oh. There we go. Weird that this berry and powdered teeth create this. I attached the stone to the branch and immediately felt the strange sensation. The amulet seemed to be vibrating. It was ready. Can you hear that breathing?
I can't.
Yeah, suddenly I could hear a breathing sound. I don't like it. And there's laughing. I don't like this. Into the mask room. I waved the amulet from the mask and then... At first nothing seemed to happen, but then the atmosphere felt lighter, as if the house had been relieved of a monstrous burden. Yeah, that's the curse broken.
Yay!
Yeah, everything seems fun. So you think if the scratching noise didn't come back? I stood there, paralyzed in terror, as I heard those horrible noises again. They just wouldn't stop. Oh, there's a grate here. I need to warn you, Jay. You're not going to sleep tonight after this.
Well?
As I went down the fireplace, I couldn't shake the feeling of entering a forbidden zone, a place I had been and was supposed to remain forgotten in time. Because if you remember, the furnace in the basement was on the other side of this wall. Here's the door that we witnessed. All I know is I'm sleeping with the fucking light on tonight. I remembered being soaking wet and shaking in fear, yet I had to go on as if driven by an unforeseen force. There are remains of food on the table, or someone or something had been eaten down here. A disgusting teddy bear covered in mud and dirt was lying on the ground. It appeared to have bites that had been ripped out of its neck. Similar to suddenly the words of William Bailey concerning the body of Catherine Blackwood echoed in my head. Ripped, as she would say. Traces of raw meat appears they've been dropped through the grating. You know, I wonder what... Do you think that was actually really a curse? I wonder what's going on here. Do you know who we should ask for help, Jay?
I think there's a curse. Who?
Let's ask Robin.
Fucking Jerry.
Let's ask Robin. And welcome to my sleep paralysis demon.
I don't like this. I don't want this.
That's Robin Blackwood.
Yeah, out of there. Gonzo.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Unsure of what I had just seen, I raced my car and left Blackwood Manor as quickly as possible. I'm not ashamed of what I did. That
If you're unsure
disfigured
how
face is
to
still
buddy, you were
stalking
sure.
my nightmares, and I've never put foot inside a Victorian house ever since. But there's certainly one thing that I'm grateful for. It was thanks to my encounter below that house that I was able to finish my book and become a prolific writer.
Yep. Don't remember this part.
I don't know what's going on. Are you playing a drop?
No.
Are you sure?
Yep. But yep, that was Scratches.
Well... Don't know what you mean there, Glenn, but okay.
So, how likely do you think you're gonna sleep tonight?
I'll sleep. I will. I'll sleep fine. It wasn't that scary. If you didn't build it up and I just saw it off the bat, then it might have gotten me. But it was more psychological than anything else. It should have had more physical horror elements.
I'd say, honestly, playing it, you're constantly on edge the entire time. Even though there is never anything that can harm you. It builds its atmosphere so well, you're just like, oh god, what's gonna happen, what's gonna happen? Yeah, no, I remember, so most people probably know this game would know about it from Civ11, who did it in a, video recently. But I actually found out about this game, like, 8 years ago, I think, from a YouTuber called Scottish Duck.
Oh?
Yeah, he did a playthrough of it, and for like days after his YouTube walkthrough that he did of it, I could not fucking sleep.
Just for that one ending and everything around it. Oh, okay.
Oh no.
I recognize this door.
Michael, you didn't
Why
lock the fuck.
Why is it opening?
Michael forgot to lock the fucking door when he left.
So that thing is on the loose.
Sort of. So there's a actual, like, sort of like a DLC. It's a thing called The Last Visit, but it's far too late for me to run that. So what I might do is during the during my multi-hour stream, I might take the time to just run through it real quick. Should only take an hour. But yeah, that was Scratches. I won't lie, the entire time I felt so uncomfortable playing this fucking game. But it was fun. I'm glad I actually finally worked up the fucking courage to play it myself, because legit, I saw this game, I looked at the playthrough of this game in 2014, it scared the fucking shit out of me. Especially that ending. But yeah, I am going to raid. Someone's playing Medieval. That should be fun. I'm gonna send a raid their way. If my Steam Deck can actually pull up their thing. Yeah, so I'm going to raid out to my friend Chihiro-chan. Chihiro-chan. They're playing Medieval, which is always a good time. So please join me in that. Thank you for watching me be immensely uncomfortable in a Victorian house, and fuck you, Jerry, for fucking sending me here. Yeah, thank you all for watching. I'll see you next time. Take care.
Bye.